semaksimal mungkin, tapi saya juga akan sekali-sekali campur-campur ya. Okay, so now let's take a look at this brief introduction about myself. So earlier, I'm sure that you have known my full name, but here you can just call me Ibu Memi or Miss Memi, or maybe it's up to you, but that is how people usually call me. Although, of course, sometimes people refer to me as Harumi or Ayu, just like what the director said. So this is my nickname, and then I'm a lecturer at English Studies program at Faculty of Humanities, Universitas Indonesia. I started teaching there in 2007, so I've been there quite a while. And then I'm also a team member of the UKID EMI Pathfinder project, something that Pak Uyun mentioned. So this is a grant given by the British Council for UK University and Indonesian University to collaborate and try to provide training for lecturers in Indonesian universities about English as a medium of instruction, because there is this trend of going international. Ya. Jadi memang ada kecenderungan sekarang banyak sekali program-program kelas internasional. Jadi harapannya dengan adanya hibah dari visi, kami bisa membantu para dosen, para perguruan tinggi untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut bagaimana menerapkan EMI di dalam perguruan tinggi. Okay, and then my research interest, material development, intercultural learning, and also the latest one is EMI itself. So actually, I started in 2019 when I did community research with the grant from my university about EMI for polytechnic lecturers. Ya, pada itu juga ada minat yang cukup tinggi di kalangan dosen-dosen Poltek. Kemudian juga ada kesempatan mengikuti pelatihan dari Regional English Language Office dari Amerika, EMI, dan kemudian memang secara kebetulan ini berturut-turut ada juga kesempatan untuk meneliti tentang EMI melalui program ini dari British Council. Okay, so that's a bit about myself. Later, I would also like to know more about you from your answers when you respond to my questions. Yeah. So, since this is the first session, let's start with an ice-breaking activity. Yeah. So this is very simple. It's called stand up or sit down. Yeah. Stand up artinya apa, Bapak Ibu? Berdiri ya. Oke, jadi mumpung masih pagi, ya. Kita olahraga sedikit. So I'm going, you don't have to stand up yet, okay? You don't have to stand up yet. I'm going to read some sentences one by one. And if the sentence is true for you, then you stand up, yeah? Okay. So only stand up if you, are you ready? I cannot hear you. Are you ready? Excellent. Stand up if you have had your breakfast. Yang sudah sarapan siapa saja Bapak Ibu? Oh, banyak ya. Oke, majority. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Bapak, can you share what you had for your breakfast this morning? The snack box. Okay, the snack box, yeah? What is the content of the snack box? I haven't opened it. Okay, we've got some, okay, ada kue sus, ada kroket, ya, ada lemper, enak sekali ya. Okay, alright, so that's an easy one. Let's move on with the second one. Stand up if you have been teaching for more than 5 years. Okay, alright, so there are quite a lot of senior lecturers, yeah? Okay, alright. Okay, Ibu Sri, can you share how long have you been teaching in English?
7 years.
7 years. Where do you teach?
In Faculty of Education.
Okay, from Faculty of Education, 7 years. Thank you very much. Okay, so for those of you who didn't stand up, I know that perhaps you haven't been teaching that long, but the fact that you're here and you're willing to learn, I think it's a very good start, yeah? Okay, next. Stand up if you can speak more than 2 languages. Local languages count ya. Jadi boleh bahasa daerah dihitung. Okay. Alright, so mention we are multilingual. Okay. How about you? How many languages do you speak and what are they?
English, Lingala, and then
Alright. And don't forget Indonesian as well, right? Okay, so you speak 3 languages. English, little I can. Okay, English, Indonesian, and Batakese. Okay. And the fact that so many of you stood up, it shows that you are actually multilingual, ya. Jadi memang tentu Indonesia sangat kaya dengan bahasa, jadi saya yakin banyak sekali yang bilingual dan multilingual. Next, stand up if you are used to teaching in English. Maybe we have international class lecturers already that are used to teaching in English, sudah biasa mengajar dalam bahasa Inggris. Belum ada, ya? Oke, mungkin ada yang sudah, tapi masih tetap merasa belum nyaman, ya, belum 100% mengajar dalam bahasa Inggris. It's okay, ya? That's why we're here, right? So hopefully, eventually, we will be more comfortable teaching in English. Now, the last one, yeah, the last one is stand up if you would like to learn more about EMI. Okay, I hope all of you stand up. Otherwise, I will just go back to Jakarta. What's the point? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Everyone can sit down. Give yourself a round of applause. Okay, all right. So I'm happy to see that all of you are here to learn more about EMI. Don't worry, Bapak Ibu. We'll just start from the introduction, ya, of EMI, the general outlook, ya. Sebetulnya EMI itu apa? Dan tentunya ada banyak sekali mungkin tantangan, tapi juga peluang dan kemungkinan solusi-solusi yang bisa kita terapkan. So to begin with, I would like you to go to menti.com and please use the code and answer the question there. If you want to scan the QR code, you can also do that. Yeah? So you can use your smartphone, you can use your laptop. Please go to menti.com and use the code, or you can just simply scan the QR code. I'm going to give you some time to write the answer. Okay, there's only one question. It's only about what do you know about EMI? Let's take a look at your answers. Okay. So here we have 3 responses. I hope that more people can answer, yeah, because I can see there are maybe about 20-ish participants. I have no idea, that's fine. Yeah. You can answer, I don't know, because this is basically what you know, and I want you to share honestly. English medium teaching and learning good. It's like ESP, just it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. The fact that you know ESP, that's already good. Okay, 8 participants. Come on, I'm going to give you 1 minute. If you haven't read the QR code. Okay, or you can also do it manually, Bapak. Go to menti.com and use the code. Yeah, 46757511. 46757511. Okay. EMI is grant that get by me from UK. It is the topic, yeah. The name of the grant itself is UKID. It is related to the syllabus. Okay. It's used to construct instruction in the lesson plan. Okay. I don't know. English discuss. I don't know. That's fine. At least this has given me some ideas of how much we know about EMI. Okay, maybe two more answers. Sudah ada 16. Bisa ditambah sedikit lagi. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, there are 20-ish participants, yeah, so I hope that I can still see a few more answers. Even if you just answer, I don't know, that's fine. But while waiting, okay, learning English as a medium of class international. I think it's a good idea to speak English. Okay, thank you for sharing. You can still write your answers, but for now, I would like to go back to my slide. And now, I would like to show you what we're going to cover in the next hour. Yeah? Okay, so these are our session objectives. By the end of this session, hopefully, all of you are able to, can you help me read that, Papa?
I'm going to overview of EMI.
Excellent, thank you so much. Explain a brief overview of EMI ya. Jadi akan mendapat gambaran secara umum apa itu EMI yang bisa menjelaskannya. And the second one is, let's see, Ibu, can you help me read that, the last one? All right. How about you, Ibu? Can you help me read that? Describe the challenges and opportunities of EMI. Well done. Thank you very much, Ibu. Yeah, so we're going to talk about the challenges and opportunities of EMI. Ya. Jadi di judul juga sudah saya sebutkan. Jadi kita akan bahas mengenai tantangan. Karena saya yakin pasti banyak sekali tantangan yang muncul di kepala Bapak Ibu ya. Kita mendengar harus mengajar dalam bahasa Inggris. But don't forget that it's not only about the challenges. EMI can also offer opportunities. So now let's take a look at our first thing, yeah, which is defining EMI. Apa itu EMI? Now, there are many possible definitions that we use, but for the sake of simplicity, I want to just refer to one version that is the most commonly used. EMI is the use of the English language to teach academic subjects other than English itself in countries or jurisdictions where the first language or L1 of the majority of the population is not English. So I know it is a long one. This is a long definition, but you can just focus on the ones in red, ya. Jadi EMI itu apa sebetulnya? Penggunaan bahasa Inggris untuk mengajar mata kuliah atau konten yang bukan bahasa Inggris. So if you teach geography in English, that is EMI. If you teach law in English, that is EMI. If you teach psychology in English, that is EMI. What if I teach English in English? That's not EMI, ya. Karena harus dipelajari itu yang non bahasa Inggris, tetapi dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. In countries where the first language or L1 of the population, the majority is not English, ya. Jadi konteksnya harus di negara atau daerah jurisdiksi yang mayoritas penduduknya bukan pengguna bahasa Inggris sebagai bahasa pertama. So even if you teach English, if you teach psychology in English, but you teach in England, it's not EMI, ya. Karena kalau di Inggris pasti mayoritas penduduknya berbahasa Inggris sebagai bahasa pertama. So that is the definition from Makaro in 2018. Now, since we have now known a bit about the definition of EMI, let's take a look at these terms, yeah? Are you familiar with these terms? Here we have EFL, ya. Mungkin Dimas dari program English familiar ya, MC kita. Oke, English as a foreign language ya. Jadi kalau di Indonesia konteksnya pasti EFL, karena itu bukan bahasa Inggris sebagai bahasa pertama maupun bahasa kedua. It's still a foreign language. It's still something foreign. Many of us may not be used to using it in daily lives. Then we have ESP. I remember in the Menti activity, somebody said that it's not ESP. Jadi apa bedanya ESP dengan EMI? Kalau ESP, English as or the English for specific purposes, ya. Jadi itu memang kelas bahasa Inggris, tetapi yang dipelajari spesifik. Misalnya business English, ya. So you learn English, how to send email to your colleagues, how to make a small talk at a business dinner maybe. So what you learn is still English, but the content is very specific. Or English for academic purposes, ya. Bahasa Inggris akademik, menulis esai, memberi presentasi, menulis artikel jurnal in English. That will be EAP. EAP and ESP, they're in the same category. Karena ininya belajar bahasa Inggris untuk konteks yang spesifik. And then we also have CBI, ya, content-based instruction. Content-based instruction itu berarti kita belajar bisa dengan bahasa Inggris, bisa dengan bahasa lain selain bahasa Inggris, tetapi yang menjadi penekanan adalah materinya, yang bukan dalam bahasa yang kita gunakan untuk pengajar. Ya. Misalnya, we teach a Japanese course. Misalnya kita mengajar mata kuliah bahasa Jepang, tapi kemudian di dalam silabusnya kita tidak mengajarkan, sesi 1 mengajar hiragana, atau sesi 2 mengajar istilah untuk memperkenalkan diri. Bukan, justru silabusnya adalah 1 tentang misalnya going to the supermarket, gitu ya. Jadi kemudian topiknya itu tentang belanja, kemudian fenomena betapa disiplinnya orang-orang Jepang ketika mungkin pergi ke department store dan lain-lain. Jadi topiknya itulah yang dibuat sebagai penekanan pembelajaran. Itu yang disebut dengan content-based instruction. Or maybe about economy, ya. Di sini saya yakin mungkin ada dari fakultas ekonomi. Jadi dipelajari mungkin lebih tentang masalah supply and demand, ya, fenomena misalnya. Jadi justru fenomena-fenomena itu yang dipelajari, bahasanya itu bukan menjadi prioritas. And then the next one is we have CLIL, Content Language Integrated Learning. If in content-based instruction, the focus is content, materinya, isinya. In CLIL, the focus, well, it's not focus, ya, foci, bahasa Inggrisnya kalau fokus tapi plural. The foci are the content and the language. Jadi ada dual, ya, ada dual foci. And then the last one is we have English as a medium of instruction. Tadi sudah kita bahas, English as a medium of instruction means that we teach content but in English. Itu sebetulnya yang mungkin bisa lebih mudah dipahami when we see this. Yeah. So I took this screenshot from a report launched in 2021 that was delivered by Paul, that will be your facilitator as well tomorrow. So here he explained that there's this continuum, yeah, there's this continuum or spectrum, and you can see those terms here. Yeah. If we focus on language, and it's about English, then EFL, or English as a foreign language, that belongs here in this side of the continuum. And if it's about something specific, English for specific purposes, it's a bit further from the language focus, which is still pretty close. Now, CBI is the one in the middle, yeah? So the focus is still on the content, not the language. So that's why it's in the middle. It's a bit far from the focus on language. And for CLIL, content integrated, content language integrated learning, there are two priorities, the content and the language. So it's here also relatively in the middle. And then we have immersion. Immersion is like when you go to the United States to learn English and you completely immerse yourself, in the environment where everyone is delivered in English. That's immersion. And then the next one is EMI. It is the closest to focus on content. Karena memang yang penting itu sebenarnya materinya. Apakah mahasiswa, apakah pesertanya bisa memahami materinya, walaupun kita mengajarkannya dalam bahasa Inggris. Jadi Bapak Ibu jangan khawatir, karena sebetulnya inti dari EMI adalah mereka mampu memahami dan mampu menjelaskan apa yang mereka pahami dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Jadi yang menjadi fokus adalah konten. Now, I'm just going to explain a bit about EMI history in Indonesia before I ask you to do some discussion after this. Now, according to research articles and book chapters that are read, at the beginning, EMI, the evidence was first found in 1920s at ITB in Bandung, because there was the document that states at that time there was a program that was delivered in English, in addition to Dutch and also Indonesian. So Hamid and Kanawati in 2018 provided evidence that EMI study programs in the tertiary education was the starting point at ITB. And then the next one is, in 1990s, there was this economic crisis, Bapak Ibu, ada tahun 90-an, sehingga banyak sekali orang yang tidak sanggup belajar di luar negeri, tetapi mereka masih ingin belajar dalam bahasa Inggris. So there were quite a lot of MBA programs or business schools that offered their courses in English. And then we still remember in the 2000s, there was this phenomenon of sekolah berstandar internasional, So there were so many schools, so there was this booming popularity of the International Standard Bilingual School, SBI. Back then, the Ministry of Education, the government, they really wanted so many schools in Indonesia, so many teachers could teach their subjects in English so that Indonesian students could be more proficient, could be more prepared to compete in the global world. However, there were so many problems, there were many potential weaknesses back then. There was, of course, eventually leading to the ending of SBI. SBI kurang lebihnya karena kurang matangnya persiapan, kemudian ada juga beberapa penyelewengan dana dan juga keluhan-keluhan dari masyarakat, And then in 2010s, then we started to focus again on international programs. Because Asian Economic Community, ada masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN. Karena sudah terbentuk masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN, muncullah kepentingan untuk mampu bersaing dengan negara-negara ASEAN dalam lapangan kerja dan juga pendidikan. Dan kembali, untuk konteks ASEAN, what is the unifying language? English again, So that's why English became even more important again, starting in 2010, and there were so many higher education institutions that offered international classes. There were many exchange programs, and I'm sure that now there are many opportunities as well. Okay, so this is the brief outlook of the history of EMI in Indonesia. And now, I would like you to see these drivers of EMI in Indonesian higher education institutions. If we take a look at this together, Bapak Ibu, here in Indonesia, biasanya paling penting apa kalau untuk kampus? Peringkat, biasanya ini sangat menjadi perhatian pimpinan universitas. Apakah peringkatnya cukup tinggi, apakah memiliki profil yang baik secara nasional, atau mungkin kalau sudah lebih ambisius lagi di tataran internasional. Ya. And then it also leads to bagaimana cara meningkatkan profilnya dengan academic reputation, ya. Kemudian juga dengan internasionalisasi. Caranya bagaimana? Biasanya nanti ada academic staff exchange, ada juga incoming international students yang biasanya nanti memiliki implikasi ekstra tuition fee begitu ya. Biasanya kalau ada kelas internasional pasti bayarannya beda. Atau kemudian mungkin juga nanti mendatangkan income lebih banyak untuk universitas. And then we also have academic papers in English language journals ya. Jadi ini semua merupakan faktor-faktor pendorong adanya EMI di Indonesian Higher Education Institutions. Dan saya yakin juga Bapak Ibu pasti sudah sering mendengar betapa pentingnya publikasi internasional, mungkin meningkatkan kemampuan bahasa Inggris, ada mungkin bisa mengikuti kesempatan exchange jika ada, atau mungkin memang ada himbauan dari pimpinan untuk melakukan berbagai aksi untuk meningkatkan profil atau peringkat universitas. Now, what I want you to do now, after we have heard all of these drivers of Indonesian higher education institutions, you might also wonder, what are other potential benefits? Banyak ya sebetulnya ya. Di sini kita bisa melihat singkat saja economic and pedagogical benefits. The first one is Wilkinson. Ya. He states that EMI can help attract international students, which can lead to higher international rankings. And then here, EMI can also raise the English language ability of university students and increase their competitive edge in the global marketplace. And then next, EMI can meet the goals of 21st century pedagogy, as it gives students the opportunity to learn with and from international students, increasing their global connectivity and in the cultural competence in the process. Maybe you have heard of 21st century skills. Yeah? Then now, when we teach in education, there are 4 C's. Yeah? What are the 4 C's in 21st century skills? Ada yang tahu Bapak Ibu? Mungkin sudah pernah mengikuti seminar, pelatihan tentang 21st century skills. Biasanya dikaitkan dengan 4 C's. 4 C's itu ada pertama, ya, communication. It is important for you to survive in the 21st century by having good communication skills. So being multilingual, being proficient in English can be your asset. And then the second one, C, is collaboration. Berkolaborasi. Ya. Sudah sangat sulit untuk bertahan di abad 21 jika tidak dapat bekerja sama. Ya. And the third one is creativity, to be creative. And then the last one is critical thinking. So those 4 C's are the ones that we need to promote by using 21st century pedagogy. Now, if we take a look at all of these promising features of EMI, tentu ini semua yang bagus-bagusnya ya Bapak Ibu ya. However, if we are trying to be realistic, of course we cannot overlook, we cannot ignore the challenges. So that's what I want you to do right now, yeah? So here I can see that we have a lot of participants, and I want you to discuss in small groups the challenges and possible solutions, ya. Karena kita hidup kan tidak mau hanya cari masalah ya, kita juga bisa mencari solusi. So, I would like to divide you into small groups, yeah, small groups of 3 to 4, and I want you to write your answers by putting your ideas down on these post-its, yeah. So the pink ones are for the challenges, yeah. And then the blue ones are for solutions, yeah, proposed solutions, potential solutions. Now, how many groups, how many members are in one group? You still remember? 3 or 4, yeah? Okay. So I would like to invite you, and please remember your group, yeah? Okay, so here, 1, 2, 3, 3 of you, Bapak Ibu. 1, 2, 3, 3 of you together, and then 4 of you together. So you can work as a group. 3 of you together, 3 of you together. Here, 3 of you. And then can you please move here, Bapak? Oh, 4 of you, sorry. 4 of you, I didn't see 1 of you. Okay. And then Bapak, you're also participant, right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, you're in one group. 1, 2, 3, 3 of you, Bapak. So, sorry, because there are 4 of you, I need to split it into 2 groups. 1, 2, 3, you're in one group. 1, 2, 3, you're in one group. Ya? Oke, jadi 3 sampai 4. Mohon diingat-ingat. Now I'm going to divide you the post-its. Remember? The pink one for challenges. Challenges apa? What challenges that you think we will face when we want to apply EMI in our university? Ya, kira-kira tantangannya apa saja? And then the blue ones, kira-kira solusinya apa? Ya, jadi kita harus ya, ada masalah, ada juga solusi yang bisa. How many minutes do you think this? 1 hour. Sorry, Bapak, I cannot give you 1 hour. How about we try 5 to 7 minutes? Yeah, 5 to 7 minutes. Let's try 5 to 7 minutes. If you cannot finish, I can give you maybe 1 to 4 minutes. Yeah, you can write your answers in English. Kalau ada salah sekali tidak apa-apa, tapi coba saja ditulis dalam bahasa Inggris. Tidak usah panjang-panjang, keywordnya saja. Ya, tidak usah kalimat panjang lebar. Kira-kira apa masalahnya? Mungkin 1 yang biasanya paling banyak terpikir adalah apa? Ya, habit ya. Jadi it's hard to change habit ya. Habit. So just write your answers shortly. Ya. In English, and please use pen. Ya. Please use a pen so I can read it quite easily. Okay, remember your group name? Can I see the first one? The first group? Raise your hand. Group 1. Okay, group 2. Group 3. Okay. Group 3, 4 of you. And then we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have group 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you have 9 groups. All right. Now, 5 to 7 minutes. Please start discussing. Look at your friends in the same group. And you can use an explanation first, but make sure that the output is in English. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu diskusi boleh bahasa Indonesia, tapi hasilnya bahasa Inggris ya. Boleh sambil Google atau sambil cek-cek ya. Okay, you can start discussing and then I'll walk around and pass you the post. 5 to 7 minutes starting from now. Try to come up with more than one, okay? Try to come up with more than one challenge, more than one solution. 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
Boleh saya tadi sudah nanti lanjut dulu ya. Ya kan? Apa topik kita nanti apa? Kayak lihat ya. Enggak, kapannya sorry ya dari
If you have finished, you can put your post-it on this board. Put your pink post-it here and the solutions here. Solution. Remember write your group number. If you have finished, don't forget to write your group number on your post-it, and then please put your post-its here. Alright, well then group 2. Okay, alright. Thank you. Yes? I'll pass it to your. Okay, alright. I'll give you the. Don't forget to write your group number. Sorry about that. Okay, how many groups have finished? Well done. Okay, the fourth group is coming. We're still waiting for 5 more groups. Yes. Okay, again, we're still waiting for a few more groups. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, 2 more groups. I'll give you 1 more minute to finish your post-its, and then please post them on the whiteboard provided. Okay. All right, so one more, yeah?
One more.
Okay. One more. One more group. Okay, the last group. Can you please post it more? Okay, you must stop with here. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you so much. Now let's take a quick look at your answers. Yeah, let's start from the challenges, and we probably can identify some common issues. So let's start from the first one here. The challenges are habit and then afraid to be wrong. Yeah. And I think that is something we can all relate to. And then have a little vocabulary in English, and then low motivation. Here we also have lecturers and students are not proficient yet in English, not confident, and then the audience, legal terms, or the vocabulary habit, the limitation of ability in using English, and then using language bilingually. Teachers or lecturers assume that it takes time to make sure students understand the instructions. Yeah? And I think this is very understandable. Another challenge, ability about vocabulary. Again, yeah, we can see that there are some words repeated again and again. Language proficiency, vocabulary, and then time consuming, low confidence, students' ability, vocabulary, confidence, grammar, vocabulary, organizing the discussion and training. Okay, this is quite new, yeah, but this is also important. Making English as habitual language. EMI is used as often as possible by the teacher in learning. So this is from the lecturer's problem. Yeah? Okay, it's interesting because if we take a look at the next slide, yeah? Here there is research from DB that shows that in Indonesia, students are ready for EMI at the tertiary level because they have been exposed to English for more than 5 years. So maybe you wonder, why is most of the literature focusing on higher education? It's because ideally, theoretically, when students are at the tertiary level, they have learned more than 5 years. Learning English starting from first year of junior high school, grade 7, until in the university. In practice, however, this is not necessarily the case because the exposure to English is not always consistent throughout the years or across different areas of the country. And I think this is strikingly true because Indonesia is such a big country. And in some parts of Indonesia, maybe the English exposure is very big. While in other parts of Indonesia, maybe the students are not exposed to English that much in class and outside class. So if we reflect as educators, it means that it is our job as a lecturer to try to expose them to English, especially since we know that nowadays global competitiveness is very important. Or even if we don't want to prepare them for the global level yet, because maybe we feel, oh, it's too much, at least nationally, we need to give them the competitive edge. Is it easy? Of course not. Is it worth it? It is. So that's why I think as educators, as lecturers, I know it's so easy to just continue what we have been doing. But if we think of our responsibility as educators, as lecturers, we need to do what we can to help prepare our students bit by bit for the reality outside the class. Now, the use of English in higher education institutions in Indonesia, of course, it varies. Yeah. If we take a look at this, here in regular classes in higher education institution, there is no English at all. Yeah. It's true. In some classes, there is no English at all. But mostly, the lecturers, the students use some English because at least the literature they read maybe some of them are in English. Or the terms that they use, they also know the terms in English. Well, here in EMI, in EMI classes in higher education institutions, there are some that claim to be EMI, but they don't use full English, and that's okay. Yeah. So they use some English. So we can see there is similarity here in the middle. And there are some classes, maybe in higher status universities, where the lecturers and the students are more tenured, more proficient, they use all English. So it is true that the use of English is like the main problem usually. However, we need to remember that there are many types of EMI programs in Indonesia. Yeah? So we cannot just assume that there is one where everybody speaks English, or there is one where everybody probably uses Indonesian and English in combination. According to the literature from Lam et al., here we can see that there are actually 5 types of EMI program. Now, the first one is International Double Degree Program. We can see the description. It usually requires a collaboration between Indonesian and an overseas university. And then the graduates obtain 2-degree certificates, and the students spend their 3rd or 4th year at overseas universities. I believe this is a very popular program at engineering. Usually the first 2 years, the students learn at UE, and then the next 2 years or just 1 year, they learn at the partner university. Now, we can also have International Single Degree Program. This is for Indonesian students at Indonesian University, and students use EMI while studying in Indonesia. So they just study in Indonesia, but the program is fully conducted in English. And then we have regular EMI program. So students just must take a certain number of courses delivered to units to obtain a degree. And it is usually offered at some higher status universities. Or we have also international exchange students. So here we have maybe a group of Australian students coming to our university to learn at our faculty, maybe for 1 semester. Or maybe if it's not a group, maybe just 1 or 2. But usually it will have to be a small group so that the class can be open. Yeah. And then the courses in English for students from a variety of language backgrounds, because it is possible that perhaps the participants are from Brunei, or maybe from Singapore, or from Japan, or maybe from other countries. I happen to teach public speaking at my university. The course is actually for English studies students, but it is also open to international students. So there was 1 semester in which I had 1 student from Japan, and then also 1 student from Korea, and then there's also 1 student from England, which was very funny because why would you learn at Indonesian university? But she said that she's interested in the course description, and she's also taking courses at some other faculties as well. And then the last one is postgraduate EMI program. Yeah. So it requires a collaboration between Indonesian and overseas universities for graduate level programs. And graduates obtain 2-degree certificates, just like the bachelor's degree program. And then students spend 1 year in Indonesia and 1 year abroad. So these are 5 types of EMI programs at Indonesian universities that have been identified. How about that? Pak Fauzi, because you mentioned that there are international classes at faculty of law, economic and business, and computer science. Which one do you think belongs to? Or maybe there's a new type that hasn't been mentioned here. Bisa saja, mungkin ada tipe baru yang memang belum teridentifikasi. The first level, I see. So is it a separate class and fully conducted in English? Okay. Some now.
We how to prepare and then sometimes they teach combination.
Yes.
Because we always suggest that if you just students students do not understand the material.
Yeah.
So the first one is how they understand the material. As you said before, but they can be
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so now challenges of EMI. Yeah, let's go back to what on your pink post-it. So here we can see that actually, according to Doyle et al., challenges of EMI can be categorized into three categories. Yeah. First is pedagogical issues, and I'm happy to see one group actually stated this pedagogical issue. Yeah. There is one that states organizing the discussion and training to improve their ability. Jadi bahkan biasanya bukan hanya masalah bahasa ya Bapak Ibu ya. Bagaimana mengajarkan tekniknya, strukturnya, memastikan instruksi bisa dipahami, bagaimana membagi dalam kelompok. So it is pedagogical actually, the challenge. And we also have economic issues. Yeah. So some students they cannot afford taking an international class because it is too expensive. Or even if the class is open for everyone and some can join by using maybe some scholarship, although that is a bit unlikely. The gap between students who come from privileged family and students who come from underprivileged family, the gap is usually very big. And then social issues as well. Social issues here can be about whether it is actually a threat to identity. Itu juga menjadi salah satu kritikan terhadap sekolah internasional ya, bahwa ini kenapa harus bahasa Inggris bukan Indonesia, harusnya kita prioritaskan bahasa Indonesia. So it can also cause problems that are related to social issues and identities as well. Now, according to Dessimination bill in the process of publication, so here. If we try to localize the challenges, they belong to, the one that we stated again and again in your post-it. Lectures and students' language proficiency, yeah? And inadequate resources. How can we teach in English? We don't have the resources. We don't know why. The institution doesn't provide support. So you should be very lucky because your rector actually is very supportive of this. Not all institutions would be willing to spend resources for this kind of training. Ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang ada di sini tentu saya harap bisa memanfaatkan kesempatan ini sebaik mungkin karena tidak semua institusi memberikan dukungan seperti ini. And then we also have the variability in students' backgrounds. Ya. Ini juga selesainya masalah mungkin dari beragam latar belakang, secara bahasa, juga dari daerah, dengan berbagai kebudayaan yang berbeda. Bisa juga dari berbagai negara, kembali cultural differences, habits, all different. And we also have social economic differences, something that I mentioned before in the previous slide. And then the last one is lecturers teaching skills. So again, it's about pedagogical skills as well. We will cover the pedagogical aspect giving a lecture in EMI context after the break. But for now, I would like to continue by discussing how can we overcome the challenges. So the first one is we need a central regulation. A central regulation because without the support, without a clear rule from the head of the university or the faculty, it will be very hard. And then the next one is we need to establish a quasi-official body to provide support. Jadi memang harus ada satu institusi, satu komite, satu bagian di dalam kampus yang fungsinya memberikan support untuk para dosen yang akan mengajar di EMI. What kind of support? The support can be language support. Yeah. So they can help you. Let's say that I want to teach introduction to computer science, maybe. Yeah. I want to do it in English, but I don't know how. What should I do? So this institution, official body should be able to show you resources. These are resources that you can use. These are the language that you need when you want to introduce the vocabulary. But of course, it will take a lot of commitment and resources from the institution to provide this kind of official body. And then the third one is publish a policy on medium of instruction. Jadi memang harus jelas Bapak Ibu, harus ada tertulis dan itu disosialisasikan. Bahasa pengantarnya apa? Why? Because if you don't have that, it will be very hard to provide a clear rationale, the reason for using English or other languages. And you need to state the learning goals explicitly and need to give information how those goals are assessed. Terutama jika Bapak Ibu atau universitasnya tertarik untuk melakukan kerjasama dengan universitas lain. Karena biasanya pasti mahasiswanya ingin tahu dulu ini mata kuliahnya apa, bahasa pengantarnya apa, nanti asesmennya bagaimana, ya? Apakah memang semua outputnya harus berbahasa Inggris, sebenarnya nanti lebih berisi atau kebahasa. So that's why you need to be clear with all of these expectations with your policy. And then you also need to require a minimum level of proficiency in English as certified by the reputable English language test. You're lucky here at the MILAB you have a language center and it can provide like TOEFL prediction, or you can also use some websites or applications that can give you like some sort of a rough idea what your level is. Yeah? Actually, tomorrow, well, I'm giving you a spoiler. Tomorrow you will be able to get information about English score test. Ya. Jadi ada tes dari British Council, untuk tes yang online sekitar 30-40 menit. Itu Bapak Ibu semua akan mendapatkan akses untuk mengerjakan tes tersebut. Dan memang tesnya itu ada di aplikasi secara gratis, tapi sertifikatnya dibayar. Ya. However, due to the support from the British Council, all of you the participants here, you will be able to get the certificate for free after you take the test, yeah, and it is worth about $20. So it's actually not bad, ya. Lumayan gratis. Jadi nanti Bapak Ibu tolong semangat ikut pelatihan sampai akhir, nanti dia dapat rewardnya, informasi tentang bagaimana mendapatkan tes dan sertifikatnya, ya. Oke, jadi nanti Bapak Ibu juga tahu, oh ternyata saya levelnya berapa ya? Now we usually use the CFR scale, ya. Mungkin ada yang pernah tahu CFR, ya. Common European Framework of Reference, paling tinggi itu C2. Ini intermediate ya, C. And then we also have B2, B1. This is like intermediate. These are advanced. And then for the beginner levels, it's A1 and B2. Yeah. So ideally, you should try to improve it as much as you can to achieve C level. But if it's too far for now, maybe B2 will be a good compromise. Yeah. Now the problem is usually there is no clear expectation. What is the requirement for teaching international class? Whether you have to reach B2 or C1, and also for the students. Ideally, the students should also get tested so that it will be easier for the lecturers as well to teach. And the next one is the need to rethink the English teaching strategy. So you have to teach differently to make sure that students can understand. And then the last one is you need to establish close collaboration between the University Language Center and faculties, because the language center is the one that can provide the language support, but they don't actually know the content, right? So you need to sit down and try to exchange your knowledge and expertise so that you can help one another. Okay, so I would like to close the session with this food for thought. Yeah. Now that we have got a brief overview of EMI, yeah, remember what we discussed at the beginning? We start with something from Makaro. We talk about the definition, yeah? We have to talk about the definition and what else have we discussed? About ITB, and SBI, about the history of EMI in Indonesia, very good, Bapak. And then remember what we did here? We tried to come up with the challenges and the solutions, yeah? After we have worked all of those, what will be our food for thought at the end of the first session? I would like to offer that we should see this as an opportunity. Yeah? Again, there will be many challenges. That is inevitable. Yeah? But we need to try to apply what we propose in your list of solutions here. I can see it briefly. Okay, that we need to make a schedule to speak in English in our class. That's good. We can start baby steps, yeah? And then increase vocabulary, practice, exercise, accelerate English by conducting certain programs, constructive understanding between the students and the lecturers, using language repeatedly, practice to increase vocabulary, always read English books, yeah. And then human resources, support. Oh, sorry, these are challenging. I think this is wrong color. Yeah, this is challenging. Also this one, misalnya, and more practice and more reading. Jadi sebenarnya ada yang bisa kita lakukan sedikit-sedikit, Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi maksud saya adalah memang ini semua mungkin terasa relevansinya masih agak jauh, mungkin masih agak tipis, but if we try to see this opportunity and remember our responsibility as educators, as higher education agents of change, yeah, we need to start thinking how we can make a difference bit by bit in our classroom. Yeah? Okay, so that will be the end of the first session. Thank you very much for your participation. I believe this is the time for you to have your quick break, yeah? But since we started a bit late, that's why we finished a bit late. What time should we start again, Pak Kurnia? Maybe we can have a 5-minute break. Yeah, okay. So we can have a 10-minute break. So if we use the clock as our reference, we should start again at 10:30. Yeah. Okay. All right. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink. See you again at 10:30. Thank you, Bapak Ibu.
Any copy? Oh, wait. Any copy? Dewi. This copy. Yeah, copy. Even the top. Sampai 2018. Emang gitu. Kalau nak itu nak. Kalau di lu itu harus pakai lo. Kalau nggak pakai lo, lu di depan. Mulai aplikasi kalau
Bapak Ibu, we will start the next sessions in 2 minutes.
All right, everyone. Let's start our second session. Yeah. I hope that the snacks and quick break help you feel more fresh before we start the next session. Now, I'm just going to ask you to use twice. Yeah. One at the beginning for another mentee, and then the last activity will also require you to use a laptop. So in the middle, please close your laptop. Yeah. For now, you can still open it because I'm going to ask you to do another mentee. Yeah. But later in the middle, please close your laptop. I'm sure you all feel the same when you're in your class and you're teaching and all of your students are busy with their gadgets, right? So, okay, I hope that we can all have the same understanding. So, for the next session, it's going to focus on giving lecture or giving a lecture in EMI context. Now, what are our session objectives? I'd like to start by making it like a game, yeah? So, Bapak Ibu, I'm going to show you 3 objectives, but you have to guess the missing words. The first one, identify different blah 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 of lectures. Yes? Very good, Bapak. Bapak siapa? Bapak Nanda. Very good. Different types of lectures. Good. And then the next one, reflect on key blah 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 of lecturing and identify potential blah blah blah. And the next one is use techniques and technologies to make lectures more blah blah blah. Yeah. For now, I want you to discuss your guesses with your friends sitting next to you. Think first and then pair and share your guesses. Okay? So you can talk to your friends sitting close to you. Yeah? Find a partner. Bapak, you can talk to the nice lady behind you and you can discuss your answer together. 2 of you together, 2 of you together. Yes. You can discuss 2 of you together, 3 of you together. 2, 2. Yes, you can discuss with your friend. It's can work. Yeah, it's can work with different people. 2 of you together, 2 of you together. You can discuss. The question is, please guess the missing words in the objectives. The first one has been answered by Pak Nanda.
What?
He said identify different types of lectures. But for the second and third, you need to guess and discuss with your friends sitting close to you, your partner. Yeah? I'll give you 1 more minute to think and to discuss. Done? Very good. You still have a few seconds. I can see that your brain is thinking very hard. It's okay, just guess. Or maybe you're distracted by the smell of coffee from the back. Distraction. I don't mind if you want to get your coffee and bring it to your desk. Yeah? Okay, class, time's up. Now, let's take a look at the results of your discussion. Yeah? So, Bapak, you said that you have finished. So, what is your guess for the second one? Yes. Reflect on key challenges. Potential solutions. Well done. Okay, it sounds very good. How about the last one? Who would like to try? Okay, it seems that you want to try. How about the last one? I don't have an answer. Oh, you're still thinking. Your lips are moving, so I thought you would like answer the last one. Identify. I think I heard somebody said the answer. Interactive. Very good. Well done. Yeah. So the session objectives are: first, we're going to identify different types of lectures. Next, I want you to reflect on key challenges of lecturing and identify potential solutions as well. And the last one is to use techniques and technologies to make lectures more interactive. Yeah. Okay. So Bapak Ibu, I'm sure that you were taught to state your objectives at the beginning of your lesson. Ya. Mungkin dulu ketika pelatihan diharapkan Bapak Ibu ketika mengajar di awal menjelaskan objektifnya apa. Ya. Buku-buku juga sekarang modelnya begitu. However, when we do that, what usually happens? Students, do they pay attention? No, right? So you can do something like this because it will encourage them to try to think and pay attention. Yeah? And then if you remember our first session, when I showed you the objective, what did I do? I asked some of you to read the objectives out loud. Yeah? How did that make you feel? More attractive? You paid more attention, yeah? And I believe you still remember how we feel as students as well, yeah? When the teacher asks someone in the group, the others will be more alert, ya. Langsung yang lain siaga, waduh, habis ini jangan-jangan saya yang suruh baca. Tapi setidaknya itu membantu semua di dalam kelas lebih perhatian. So those are two tricks that you can use in your class to make sure they pay attention at the beginning when you talk about objectives, which are actually very important, so that everyone can have the same idea of what they're going to learn and do in class. Now, I want you to do another Mentimeter. So this time, please go to menti.com and use the code 74284076. You can use your laptop for this, or your smartphone if you want to scan the QR code. There is one question there. Yeah. You just need to write a word, I believe, although you can write up to 25. Seven, 4, 2, 8, 4, 0, 7, 6. Can you open the Menti? Let me check to see how many responses already. Yeah, oh, sorry. Sorry. It's not connected yet. Please be patient. Give me a few seconds to connect and update the presentation. Okay, right. Can you input your answer now? Already? Okay, all right. Wait, this is not what we know what in, right? This is still the previous one. I just want to show you how you can make the word cloud, yeah? Okay, so here, how do you feel about teaching in English? You can just say one word, yeah? It's just full of fun, maybe full of fun, excited, interesting, challenging. Okay, so you can see that the words keep moving and changing. But yeah, the word interesting is the biggest and it's in the middle because it means that more than one student or more than one participant wrote that. Yeah? I really like to teach, enjoy very much, very well, and good at all. Okay, that's nice. Spirited, embarrassed, yeah, difficult, challenging, nice, upset. Yeah, somebody might feel upset, right? At the prospect of teaching in English. You might want to cry. Okay, all right. Challenging. Okay. All right, this goes on. Yeah, thank you for being honest. All right, so we have still 19 responses. And this is one example of how you can engage your students by making use of technology. But of course, technology sometimes can be a bit tricky, just like from the experience just now. But the key is don't panic and just try to focus on the solution. Usually it just takes a few extra minutes, yeah, to sort out the problem. Okay, challenging is getting bigger. And I just want to point out that it is true that it can be challenging. But if you want to write the word challenging, I suggest you follow this version, yeah? Challenging with E. Okay, all right. Okay, we have got 24 responses. Thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. Now you can close your laptop first, yeah? And we'll use the laptop later to work at this method. So let's just close your laptop to avoid the temptation of working or doing other things. Okay, All right. Now, let's continue with our materials on giving a lecture in EMI context. Oops. Okay. Now, here if you take a look at the slide, I've got 5 quotes, yeah, from 5 different lecturers. I'm sorry, they are probably too small for you to read from the back, so I'll help you. The first one is, I think the hardest thing for me is making my English clear for my students. My pronunciation is not perfect, and I think they have problems understanding me. Yeah? So, as you see the quotes, please try to choose which quotes do you feel apply to you the most and why. Ya. Jadi mana yang kira-kira paling relatable. Ya. The second lecturer, I need to know more common lecture phrases to make it easier to plan and structure my lecture in English. So this is more about lecture phrases. And the next, I don't have the correct vocabulary to talk about complex ideas in my subject. I have to use the word or phrase in the student's first language to help them understand. So if the first one is about pronunciation, the second one is about lecture phrases, the third one is about vocabulary. Very good. And then the fourth one, I think my English is okay. I think the real problem is that the student's level is too low to understand everything or what I am saying. Yeah, maybe the student that has the language problem. And then the fifth one, I think the real challenge is making the lectures interactive. Students get bored really easily if you don't do something to make them think and wake them up. Yeah? So this is more about being interactive. So a quick review: pronunciation, lecture phrases, vocabulary, students' low level of proficiency, and students getting bored easily. So you need to make it interactive, but you find it fun. Yeah. So which of the quotes do you feel apply to you the most and why? You can talk to your friends again in the same group from the first session. Yeah. So please talk to your friends in the same groups. Group of 3 or 4 that we had in the first session. 4 of you together, 3 of you together, 4 of you together. Okay, 3 of you together. Was someone else here? Yes. Okay, so 2 of you together. 3 of you. Okay, 3 of you. 3. 4 of you together. Yes. Please discuss which one do you think the most relatable to you and why. Yeah, what the 5 lectures feelings and problems when giving a lecture. You can have 5 minutes for this. 5 minutes. There's a very good question. Can we have different answers? Of course, yeah. Everybody can have a different answer. Yes. We read the quotes together earlier. So just to review, the first lecture problem is the pronunciation. Yeah? The second one is lecture phrases. We not teach this due to the language for teaching. The third is vocabulary. You don't have the vocabulary for teaching your subject. Phrases like how to open the class, how to give instruction, how to respond to a question. The fourth one is about the student who can understand English. Number 5 is interactive. You don't know how to do it. So you can choose one, the most relatable, and why. Everybody in the group can have a different answer. That's okay. You don't need to find solutions, yeah? You just need to share which one you feel the most relatable and why. Alasan saja kenapa. Ini yang itu satu kelompok jawaban boleh beda-beda. Okay, Bapak Ibu, time's up. Yeah, I'm sure that you have different quotes to choose. Okay, all right. So at this stage, I'm not going to ask you to share, yeah, because again, there is no right or wrong answer. But I can see from the discussion, I heard some of your answers that some of you might choose vocabulary. Well, maybe from the gentleman group, at the back. Bapak, what will you choose? Number 3. Okay, sama dengan kelompok 3. Semuanya pilih nomor 3 atau beda-beda? Selain nomor 4 ada lagi? Number 1. How about you? Number 1 also. Okay, yeah. So again, it can be about our pronunciation. It can be about our students. It can be about the language that we need to use. Again, hopefully by the end of this session, you can try to tackle all of those challenges when giving a lecture in EMI context. Okay. So if I may have your attention again, Bapak-bapak, Ibu. Now, let's talk about different lecture types first. Here I have 4 types of lectures. But again, to make you think harder, I deleted some of the letters. Yeah? So why don't you talk again with your friends in the same group? What are they? Yeah? Kira-kira apa itu yang huruf-huruf yang hilang ya? So the different types of lecture. I'll give you 1 minute. Yeah? Think quickly and discuss with your friends in the same group. Here are some of the answers already. For the first one, you can use the illustration here as a clue. Okay. All right. Since I have heard most of the answers, let's just discuss them together. Yeah. Okay. Let's start from maybe the hardest one. What is it? Formal. It is not formal lecture, but we'll put formal lecture here. Yeah. The first one is probably a new term for some of you. It's called flip. Yeah? Flip seperti dibalik. What does it mean, flip lecture? Yeah, flip lecture means that when in a class, usually we spend most of our time giving a lecture, right? We explain our materials. And then the time for students to discuss and do exercises, they tend to be not much. While in a flip lecture, we record our lecture. We ask them to watch our lecture video before they come to the class, so that in the class, the time will be doing exercises to practice. Yeah? So that's what we meant by flip lecture. And then the next one is formal lecture. I heard many of you already mentioned formal lecture. And then how about the second one? The opposite? Informal. And the last one? Interactive lecture. Well done, yeah? 3 out of 4. That's not bad at all. Yeah? 75, yeah? So, yeah, this is the one that shows all of the answer. Now, the question is, again, this time in your pair, ya, tadi kan saya sudah sempat bagi dalam pair juga ya, please discuss in 3 to 4 minutes what's the difference between these 4 types of lecture. Yeah? So remember your partner, with the lady behind you, and partner, remember? Okay. So 3 to 4 minutes, discuss what are the differences between those 4 lectures. Remember, this one is spell work, yeah? Berdua. In this case, I think we can discuss together. English. You can discuss English. If you want to use English in your discussion, that's the one. Still more minutes.
Kalian itu kena perubahan musik ya? Iya. Bisa.
Okay, time's up, Bapak Ibu. Hopefully you have finished your discussion about the differences. Now, let's take a quick look at the next slide. Now, if you see how they are explained, we should be able to tell the differences. Yeah. So, Pak Nanda, maybe you would like to help me read the first one.
A lecture which is usually organized and the lecturer may allow students to ask questions during it is called informal.
Okay, so it's called informal because students can interrupt during the lecture. And it's not really structured in a straight order. Yeah? That is informal lecture. And then the next one is, Ibu, can you help me read the second one?
Lecture which is deliberately organized to include student participants, such as question, police, and group work.
A lecture which is deliberately organized to include student participation, such as questions, polls, and group work. Yeah? It's called interactive. And then the third one is, any volunteers from the ladies? The lecture is recorded on video and sent to the students. Good. Thank you very much. And then the last one is the lecture, which is very organized and structured. And normally students can only ask questions at the end. Yeah. So I hope that this can help you see the differences between informal, interactive, flipped, and formal lecture. Yeah. Okay. Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages of each type of lecture? Ya, apa kira-kira kelebihan dan kekurangan dari setiap jenis lecture ini? Ya. So I'll give you 5 minutes this time. Talk with your groups. After you talk to your partner, now you talk to your groups. This is a bit harder, so you need more people to contribute. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please work with your groups. What are the advantages and disadvantages? Hey, remember, you work in groups now, ladies. So you put your friend behind you. Yes. What are the advantages and disadvantages of each type of lecture? Ask in your group. Okay, Bapak Ibu, I'm going to make your work easier by showing the next slide. So what you have to do is just to match them. You have the list of advantages and disadvantages, just match them. If you can see it clearly, you can come to the front, take a picture, and go back to your seat and zoom. Okay, one more minute. Okay, you seem ready to answer. So let's take a look at the first one, yeah? Bapak Ibu, let's go one by one, starting from the one at the top. The advantages, yeah, easy for students to follow because of structure, but the disadvantage is it's difficult for students to concentrate for so long without interaction. Which one is it? Formal lecture, well done, yeah? Good job. And then the next one, advantage, students can watch as many times as they want. No chance to ask questions or interact with the tutor, however. Flip classroom, yeah, because they watched the recording. And then the advantage creates a friendly atmosphere where learning is more likely to happen. Difficult to follow the lecture, changes topic too often. Informal, yeah. Okay, so we need a kind of structure sometimes. And then check students' understanding and keeps them engaged. Sometimes forces students to answer or think when they're not ready. This one is definitely interactive, the last one. So to be fair, every type of lecture has its own advantage and disadvantage. All right, okay, well done. Now, since we have covered the types of lecture, yeah, which is the first point in our lesson objectives, now I would like to move on to the stages of a lecture. Yeah. Now, if you paid attention to what I just said, what did I just say? Now that we have covered types of lecture, which is the first point of our lesson objectives, now we're going to talk about the sequence of lecture. That kind of language expression is what we call signposting or bridging language. Fungsinya apa, Bapak Ibu? Membantu memudahkan mahasiswa mengikuti. Oh, sekarang sudah selesai membahas poin ini, kita akan masuk ke poin baru tentang topik selanjutnya. It sounds very simple, but it's very helpful to help students understand it. So I really suggest that you make it as a habit, yeah, to use it as a bridging language, translation language, signposting. Bilang signposting harus beri tanda. Oh, ini kita sekarang akan menuju ke poin selanjutnya. Okay, now when it comes to the stages of a lecture, I'm sure this is quite obvious, yeah. Hopefully you all have these stages. The first one is introduction, yeah, stage 1 and stage 2. So it's always the speaker first, and I'm sure that at the beginning of your class, in your new semester, you will introduce yourself before you talk about what you're going to teach. So this is quite easy. And then stage 3 is the main body, what you are actually going to explain. And then next we have conclusion. But sadly, sometimes we forget to provide the conclusion. Why is it highly recommended that we give a clear conclusion? It's because research has shown that a human brain usually retains information, usually remembers the most, the beginning and the ending. Yeah. So if, let's say, your students lose their concentration in the body, at least in the conclusion, when you review, they can still understand and get something to remember. Ya. Jadi biasanya kalau perumpamaan saya mengajar writing ya Bapak Ibu ya, writing, ketika saya mengajarkan struktur saya mengatakan bayangkan burger. Ya. Jadi introduction itu the first one, the first breath, and then the body, it's the beef, the lettuce, the vegetable. Ya. Tapi jangan lupa di akhir itu masih ada the second one, that is the conclusion. So make sure that your burger is complete. Ya. Kalau tidak complete, tidak enak. So that's something that I hope can help you remember the importance of having a clear sequence and complete stages. And if you would like to implement the formal lecture, then you can have the question and discussion at the end. But if, let's say, you would like to use informal lecture or interactive lecture, it means that the students can interact and ask questions at any part of the lecture. Okay. Now, we have covered the stages of a lecture, and now let's talk about lecture language. Yeah? There's a term called sound scripting. Have you ever heard of that before? Sound scripting. What does it mean? Ya, tadi ada pertanyaan. Buat saya mengajar dalam bahasa Inggris itu sulit ya. Nah, ini sekarang ada salah satu caranya supaya lebih mudah. Sound scripting means that you actually try to write a script ya, of what you're going to say in your class. And then when you make the script, you learn how to say it. And when you say it, you can check whether the pronunciation is correct or not. You can consult online dictionary that has the pronunciation version. And then you can also check whether it is properly paused or not. Kalau kita bicara dalam bahasa Inggris, penekanan, kemudian saat jeda, itu juga penting ya, untuk memudahkan mahasiswa menyimak dan memahami. So all of those things are parts of sound scripting. Now, what other types of language do we need in addition to preparing the sound scripting? We usually need to have organizing phrases. Ya. Organizing phrases itu apa? Seperti yang tadi saya gunakan untuk signposting. Ya. Jadi supaya murid itu paham, oh ini sekarang kita ada di introduction. Today, we're going to talk about, that is the introduction. The lecture is going to be divided into 3 parts. A, B, C. Murid tahu, oh okay, ada 3 topic. The first topic is blah, blah, blah. Now that we have talked with the first topic, we're going to talk about topic B. Blah, blah, blah. And for the conclusion, okay, so in conclusion, in the session, we have covered A, B, C. Are there any questions? So those are organizing phrases. And then definitions, yeah? In our lecture, no matter what our field is, we usually have to define terms. Whether you're from faculty of law or faculty of education or faculty of computer science, there must be terms that you have to define. And then you also have to give examples. Yeah? How For instance, to illustrate, as an example, and then description, analysis, and evaluation. Apa itu? When we explain something, we usually describe, ya. We describe, memberikan deskripsi, and then we also try to analyze. We try to also evaluate. Ini semua sebetulnya adalah macam language yang pasti relevan mau Bapak mengajar di apapun atau program studi apapun gitu. Nah, sound scripting ini bisa membantu mempersiapkan istilah-istilah ini semua, ya. But before we get deeper about sound scripting, I want you to take a look at the next slide, ya. Oh, and we also have connected speech, ya. Connected speech ini juga mirip-mirip organizing phrases. Intinya membantu memberikan hubungan antara satu poin ke poin lain. Nah, we have talked about definitions, examples, organizing phrases, and also describe, analyze, and evaluate. So now I would like you to take a look at the lecture language and then try to put them to the correct categories. Yeah? For instance, the first one, yeah, let's do this together as an example. In the next section, I'll aim to describe organizing phrase. Well done, Bapak. Yeah? So that belongs to this. How about the next one? Estimates range from 200 to 300. Yeah, I'm not going to answer it right now. I'm going to give you some time to discuss with your group again. Yeah? So try to do it as a group. Match them. Put them to the correct category. Yeah? If you cannot read it clearly from the back, you can take a picture and then go back to your book. And go back to your group. I can help read one by one. Yeah? The next one, estimates range from 200 to 300. To illustrate this, let's look at. Then I'll go on to talk about. Take the UK for instance. X is a type of. Chemistry is a branch of science, blah, blah, blah. The graph shows there has been a shortfall in. Match them up, please. And if you can't see clearly, and just go to the front, take a quick picture, and go back to the room. Okay, I know that we're discussing lively. However, I'm afraid we need to discuss due to the time limit. So let's take a look one by one, Bapak Ibu ya. Okay, we have covered this. So how about the next one? Yeah? Estimates range from 200 to 300. This one is describe, yeah? Describe, analyze, and evaluate. To illustrate this, let's look at example. Because when we talk about examples, we usually say to illustrate, for instance, for example. So this one is this. Then I'll go on to talk about organizing phrases. Well done. Take the UK for instance. Examples. X is a type of definition. Chemistry is a branch of science. Definition. Again, the graph shows there has to be short ball in this one. Oh, luar biasa Bapak Ibu ya. Well done. All of you got this correct. Okay. Give a round of applause for yourself. Okay. So yeah, these are just some of the examples from the previous slide and this slide as well. But basically, if you each try to make sure that you pay attention to all of these four categories, yeah. And then now, we mentioned sound scripting, right, earlier. So here, I would like to show you some useful advice when preparing and practicing for your lecture. The first one is, this is a very practical thing to do if you want to really improve. The first one is record yourself when you practice giving a lecture and pay attention to your voice and pronunciation. Yeah? If you're not sure how to pronounce something, then you can check. You can just Google it. For instance, one word that is often mispronounced is the word determined. Orang sering sekali mengatakannya determine ya. Jadi kalau misalnya yang benar yang mana ya, determine or determine. Tinggal diketik saja gitu. Determine. Ya, definisi. Nanti pasti akan muncul dari Webster, Oxford, Cambridge. Then you can just click the sound. And then you can hear how it is pronounced in British accent or maybe Australian or American accent. And then you can also have this, yeah? Remember that where you pause, how you chunk, mungkin kalau lebih chunky kalau ya, begitu ya. Itu yang dimaksud dengan chunk. Jadi potongan-potongan. How you chunk and pace your speech is important. Pace itu lebih ke lambat. And then the last one is, next time you practice giving a lecture to your friends, ya, boleh juga latihan dengan partner ya Bapak Ibu ya. Belajar, kita mahasiswa latihan, kerjasama, kita pun juga bisa. Mungkin kalau repot dengan rekan kerja, kita tolong dengan mungkin suami, dengan istri, dengan teman, atau dengan anak ya. Anaknya sudah besar ya, yang bisa memberi feedback. Ask for feedback on these features of your voice and how they can influences your delivery. Yeah. However, I'm going to give you a shortcut, yeah? I'm going to give you a shortcut because I wonder if you ever tried this before. This one. Yeah. Text to speech online. For instance, misalnya ya, kalau kita merasa aduh terlalu banyak pekerjaan, saya nggak punya waktunya Bu untuk ngecek ini dan itu. Ini shortcutnya kalau menurut saya ya. Let's say that we would like to have an excerpt of lecture language, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we can just take a look at this one. Ini sampel saja Bapak Ibu ya. Saya mencari transkrip. Lecture script ini bisa bidang apapun. Ini hanya untuk contoh saja. Misalnya dari sini ya. Sample presentation script. Tentang jurusan ilmu usaha ya. Yes. So let's say that we have prepared our script and we don't know for sure how to pronounce it. So you can use this feature, ya. Oh, mungkin tidak bisa terdengar suaranya. Karena harus dari ya, silakan. Mohon tunggu sebentar, saya lupa ini koneksinya ke sana.
Tapi Bapak Ibu yang pakai laptop boleh dicoba ya. Bisakah? Mohon ditunggu Bapak Ibu sambil menunggu boleh mencoba ke text speech di laptop masing-masing ya. Ya. Sudah bisa dicoba? Ya. Masih belum suara. Maybe if I take off the projector first, that helps. You may not be able to see the script, but you should be able to hear the sound. Yeah, text to speech. Tapi ternyata juga tidak kuat. Ya, belum bisa tapi nggak apa-apa. Text to speech.
Technology, greater reliance on computers, and increased availability and networking of electronic information resources have resulted in life-changing opportunities for many people with disabilities. In combination, these technologies provide many people with disabilities better access to education, careers, and other life experiences.
Okay, so Bapak Ibu, that is just to illustrate, yeah, that you can use text-to-speech.net to help you hear the English version. And then you can also choose the speed, yeah, the one that you heard earlier that is moderately slow. If you want to make it even slower, it's possible. Or if you want to hear from a different accent, that one was an example from the American accent. If let's say we hear another version, okay, Bapak Ibu, if let's say we would like to hear from India, it's also possible. We can hear it like this, and I'm going to make it a bit faster, yeah?
Recent advances in adaptive computer technology. Greater reliance on computers. And increased availability and networking of electronic information resources.
Okay, so you may not be able to hear very clearly, but I hope that gives you an illustration, yeah, how you can make use of text-to-speech.net. Okay, so if you can pay attention to the screen once again, sorry about the technical issue regarding the sound. I should have informed the committee that I want to play some audio as well. So here you can choose the accent if you want. So I think usually the most commonly used is the American, but you can choose another accent, the Bangladesh and so on. Okay. Let's see, maybe from Danish. I've never heard of the Danish version. Okay, I think it's still not working, but that's okay, Faraiza. But what I want you to know is you can just use this to help you check how to pronounce something, yeah? So that will be my point about text-to-speech. And then now, what I want you to do is, please remember that despite some language barriers, you can try to take an active approach on how you prepare the lecture language, yeah? Are there any questions or comments so far about sound scripting and how to get some lecture language that you need? I actually gave a link at the end. This one is, yeah, the lecture vocabulary from Warwick. If you would like to have some useful phrases, you can go to this website. And then this is actually for students, but I believe that you can also use it. Yeah. For instance, that how can I start my lesson or introduction? Then you can use the typical signals. Yeah. Maybe you need to see it bigger. Yeah. So how can we give the signals? Yeah. Shall we make a start then? Yeah. Before we get going, can I just ask if everyone has handed in their assignments? Yeah. Has everyone got a copy of the handout? And then for the main part of the lecture, the beef, remember the burger? Yeah, asking a question, providing a sequence, signaling a shift, give examples, everything is here, yeah, including the conclusion. So you can check this and make sure that you use it to prepare your script if you want to make yourself prepared. Okay. So now, since we only have 20 minutes to go, I would like to continue to the next part, which is about interactivity, yeah, about being interactive. That is the last point of our lesson objectives. So interactivity, yeah, I believe you have done this before. Think, pair, and share. You did this just now, yeah? When I asked you a question and I asked you to think and then face your partner and then share, yeah? This is a simple pair work. You can adapt it easily with the questions. And then skeleton notes. How about this one? Do you know what it is? What is skeleton? Yes, kerangka ya. Skeleton itu tulang-tulang kerangka manusia ya, biasanya kita merefer. So why do we have this kind of notes? Is because when we explain in English and then we ask our students, okay, take notes. Do you think they will be able to do that? They're gonna be lost ya. Kalau kita mengajar dalam bahasa Inggris, muridnya mungkin juga kemampuan bahasa Inggrisnya masih terbatas, kemudian kita hanya bilang, okay, listen and take notes. It will be very hard for them. So we need to give them the skeleton, yeah, the structure. So it means that we provide the key points, yeah, that they have to fill in. So we have given them some of the information and they just need to complete the rest. Jadi mungkin kita sudah berikan key points-nya, mereka hanya tinggal melengkapi dengan contoh-contohnya, ya. Jadi mereka tinggal melengkapi dengan dagingnya supaya utuh. Itu yang dimaksud dengan skeleton notes. And then the next one is, we can also try collective notes. Yeah? What are collective notes? Something that we just did before with the whiteboard and the post-it. Yeah? So all of you did your work and then we combined them together on the whiteboard. That is one example of collective notes. Or if you would like to teach an online course or an online class by using Zoom, usually when we ask students to what? Discuss in breakout room, what do? Maybe we just split them into 5 breakout rooms. We give them the discussion questions. They discuss. But how can we know they actually discuss the questions that we give them? It's hard, right? It's not like a face-to-face class like this. So I usually suggest that we keep a Google Doc. We give them the link to the students and we already allocate. This one is for group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5. Answer the questions and write your answers in the Google Doc. So when they are in their breakout room, we can just wait for a few minutes and see the Google Doc. Which group that hasn't filled in the answers? That is the group that we need to check first. Yeah? So what's wrong with them? Maybe they don't know they have to write the answers there. Maybe they don't understand the instruction. Jadi itu sebabnya collective notes, kalau misalnya kita buat dalam bentuk shared notes on Gdoc misalnya, itu sangat membantu. Karena seringkali kalau mereka dalam breakout room, kita tidak tahu kan, mereka di dalam breakout room itu sebenarnya membahas apa, kemudian apakah semua bekerja atau tidak. Memang biasanya kita bisa kunjungi satu persatu, tapi kadang waktunya terbatas, dan kadang mungkin ketika kita datang mereka langsung reaksinya berbeda. Jadi kita bisa gunakan collective notes. And this is so easy and it helps you a lot because when you discuss the results from every group, you can just show the Gdoc and you can just quickly point out if you're running out of time. Okay, group 1 is good that you identified this. Group 2, I like your comment about this. Group 3, maybe you can explain more about this. So that is very useful. And then we also have digital poll and quizzes. Zoom has this polling system. You can also use Mentimeter. Yeah, there are many kinds of features on Menti. Maybe you would like to use Kahoot if you have heard of Kahoot or quizzes. Jadi sekarang ini banyak sekali digital tools yang memudahkan kita berinteraksi dengan mahasiswa kita baik dalam kelas online maupun offline. Dan bahkan dalam fitur dalam model offline seperti ini pun kita juga bisa menggunakan online quiz ya or poll. Next is word cloud, something that we did at the beginning of this class, yeah, with the question, how do you feel about teaching in English? And then we have the word interesting as the biggest word, and then challenging. So it forms a word cloud. And then note-taking techniques. We need to make sure that students are able to take notes, but for advanced level, they don't usually need a lot of support. But for lower level, especially in EMI context, I suggest you go with the guided version, yeah, with skeleton notes, diberikan bantuan. And then the last one is lecture recording. I know that recording ourselves can be a lot of work, but for EMI, it's actually very useful for the students, yeah. Or maybe if we teach an online class, we can just record our Zoom session and provide the lecture recording link to our students, because they may need to listen more than once to understand what we are saying. Okay, so since we have covered all of the 3 objectives in our lesson, in our plan, I'd like your help to try to review, yeah? What interactive techniques have been used in this lecture today? Yeah? In the second session, or maybe you would like to refer to the first one as well. If you need time to think, pair, and share your answer, that's fine. But I would like to give you only 1 minute for this, yeah? Try to recall what interactive techniques have we tried today, yeah? 1 minute. You can turn to your friend sitting close to you and discuss. Okay, Bapak Ibu, your job is to discuss what interactive techniques have been used in the lecture today, yeah? Interactive techniques. If you can only come up with 1 or 2, it's okay. In this training, we have had 2 sessions today, yeah? What are some of the interactive techniques you remember? Digital polls, okay. What else? Well, if you can come up with 5, that will be the best one. You need to be a bit ambitious, Bapak. When I say at least 1, it's good to come up with 5. Try to come up with 5. Okay, I know that was a bit challenging, but let's just try to come up with the answers together. Who is ready? Just say one thing from your list. I heard from this group, digital polls, yeah? Okay, anything else? Word clouds, very good. Collective notes, okay, yeah, the one that we did in the first session. Lecture recording. Maybe, well, I borrowed Tom's recording, yeah? I didn't play the recording, but it's true that we can try to use lecture recording. Digital polls, okay. note-taking techniques. We didn't actually try that, but it's true that it's one of the interactive techniques that we can use in class, yeah? So what interactive techniques have been used in today's lecture in our session in the morning? First is gap sentences for objectives, right? Remember when I deleted some of the words in the objective that made you interact with your friends, try to guess, yeah? And then we also have matching activity, yeah? I hope you remember that. And then we also have think, pair, share, group work, yeah? And then we also have eliciting answers through questions. What is eliciting? Eliciting itu memancing, ya, memancing respon dengan cara bertanya. And then we also try to put ideas onto shared spaces, yeah, on the whiteboard. I think somebody said that. And then actually after this, we're going to try to do it in the online platform, yeah. So this will be our last activity for today. I want you to reflect, not reflect, but reflect. This is a combination of two words, reflect and act. Yeah? So try to think of all of the activities that we have done today. Yeah? What will you improve? What will you immediately do to improve your lecture? Yeah? In EMI context. Ini EMI konteksnya saya taruh dalam kurung karena mungkin ada yang sudah mengajar kelas internasional atau mungkin ada yang belum. Tapi setidaknya saya ingin Bapak Ibu mencoba memikirkan apa yang kira-kira bisa dipilih dan ingin dicoba dari beragam kegiatan yang kita lakukan pada pagi hari. Ya. So write down 1 or 3 actions in the following doc. Ya. You can go to this document. It's a G-doc, or you can simply just scan the QR code. Yeah. We still have about 10 minutes, so I hope you can spend 5 minutes for this activity. Yeah. So please go to this G-doc. You can just scan the QR code. I hope you can open it and then write your name and 1 or 3 actions that you want to do to improve your lecture. Yeah. Maybe about being interactive, maybe about lecture language, maybe about sequence. Ya. Mungkin selama ini ada yang mengajarnya tidak beraturan, tidak terstruktur, sekarang ingin mencoba lebih terstruktur. Ya. We have talked about types of lecture. Maybe all this time I teach or I give lecture in a formal lecture style. Now I want to make it flip, maybe once or twice in one semester. Yeah? Okay. Bapak Ibu, I'm going to change the slide soon. So if you haven't accessed the G-doc, please do it now. Yeah? Please scan. Okay, I can see some of you have done it. Yeah. You can use your smartphone, you can use your laptop, it's up to you. If you want to type the address, that's okay. But I suggest just scan the QR code. Okay, all right. So I can see some of you have started writing, okay. Maybe this one, Fana, yeah, wrote accidentally in title. Yeah. I prepared for 30 participants, but maybe we don't have 30 yet, that's okay. And please don't hesitate to start from number 1. Ini Bapak Ibu tinggal menulis nama Bapak Ibu, kemudian menuliskan actions-nya apa. Boleh 1, boleh maksimal 3. Okay, try to be interactive lecture. How? Yeah, how can you do that? Maybe you can be a bit more specific. Maybe you want to try, oh, I want to try digital polls, or I want to try Menti, or I want to try more pair work, think, pair, or share. You still have a few more minutes, so please make sure you can participate, yeah? Yeah, I like Ibu Sri Wahyuni's answer, yeah, try to use flip lecture. And I think it's easier to think that we don't have to switch drastically, yeah, Bapak Ibu. So if maybe all this time in one semester, 16 weeks, you use formal lecture 100%, maybe now you want to try flip lecture in 2 sessions. Or maybe in 3 sessions, you want to try interactive lecture. That's good. Okay, Fajar Maulana, maybe you can be a bit more specific. Try to be interactive lecture in what way and how? Okay, digital polls, word clouds, very good, Ibu Fana. Is it Ibu or Bapak? Sorry. Ibu, yeah? Okay, very good, Ibu. Very specific. Okay. All right, Pak Rahmat, good. Okay. So you want to accelerate your English. Maybe you can focus on lecture language first, yeah? Or maybe one of you would like to write, okay, I want to try text to speech next time to help me deliver my lesson in English. Okay, I'll give you 2 more minutes, Bapak Ibu ya, yang belum menulis. Okay, try informal lecture, nice. Try digital polls, okay. Yeah, create a video can be fun. And since I'm sure many of you have Zoom, at least the free account, recording a lecture is very simple. But if you are interested in video editing, maybe you're a bit more ambitious, yeah? That's even better. And remember, Bapak Ibu, it's called reflect, ya. So not just reflect and plan, but please act on it. Ya. Jadi ini jangan hanya ditulis sebagai rencana, tapi please act on it. Try it, ya. If you write 3, at least try to do it 1. Ya, try 1 of it. Okay. All right, as I'm waiting for your answers, although I think I have seen most of your answers, I would like to give a chance if you would like to ask questions, ya Bapak Ibu ya. Are there any questions or comments regarding all the lessons today? All of the things that we discussed in the first and second session, although maybe more about the second session? Yeah. Usually, if your session is interactive, time flies. Yeah? Okay. All right. And then if you don't have any questions, I just want to share some of the useful resources that you can try. Or maybe if you're not used to making bit.ly link, you can just go to bit.ly. Karena kadang hal-hal kecil itu sebetulnya sangat memudahkan kita ya. Jadi bagaimana membuat QR code, biasanya saya langsung pakai dari Menti, itu juga sudah ada fiturnya. Dari Bitly, kalau kita ingin share link. Misalnya tadi seperti contoh yang Zoom ya Bapak Ibu ya, if you would like to give your students a collective note, usually a long link will make it a bit hard to remember. You can use Bitly service first. It will make it shorter and easy to remember, and it also has the QR code. Yeah. So experimenting with digital tools can be very exciting, actually, especially when we try it in our class and it works. It gives a sense of satisfaction. Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu ya, kalau ada pertanyaan, ini saya masih buka waktu untuk 1-2 menit ke depan. Maybe while waiting, yeah, this will be my last sharing comment. Maybe you think that I'm used to teaching at UI where the students are maybe mostly proficient in English, but it's not always the case ya Bapak Ibu ya. It's true that I teach mostly English studies program students where language is usually not an issue. However, I am also teaching at another university. It's a public university. I'm just teaching there as a part-time lecturer. And the quality of the students is of course very different, yeah, from the kind of students that I usually teach. So I can sort of understand how hard it is to teach in English to a group of students who are not that strong, yeah, in English. That's why I can understand your struggle. But again, we can try to overcome the challenges by trying to use translanguaging. Ya. Nanti Bapak Ibu akan belajar translanguaging dengan Will ya. Nanti Bapak Ibu juga akan pelajari lebih lanjut bahwa sebetulnya in EMI classroom, it doesn't mean that you can only use English. You can make use of your students' first language. You can combine Indonesian and English. You can let them discuss in their local languages first before they report back in English. Itu sebabnya selama kegiatan ini pun juga saya seringkali kadang mengkombinasikan bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris. Saya tidak melarang Bapak Ibu diskusi dalam bahasa Indonesia selama nanti ketika melaporkan, baik dalam tertulis ataupun secara lisan, Bapak Ibu menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Ya. And this is something new, ya. Biasanya dulu mungkin kita mendapat dogma bahwa kelas bahasa Inggris harus 100% bahasa Inggris, ya. Tapi itu tidak, ya. Itu old paradigm. Now this paradigm has shifted, sudah bergeser, karena kita juga ingin menghargai kekayaan linguistik murid kita, ya. Apalagi tadi di awal saya bertanya, Bapak Ibu apakah bisa bicara lebih dari 2 bahasa? Banyak, ya. So we have to see them as an asset. Itu adalah kekayaan, ya. Jadi tidak perlu kita batasi di dalam kelas. Dan saya rasa apabila Bapak Ibu memulai kelas Bapak Ibu dengan pendekatan seperti itu, mahasiswa juga akan merasa lebih nyaman, ya. Kita mulai saja memasukkan bahasa Inggris sedikit-sedikit melalui apa? Mungkin melalui pemilihan materi, ya. Bisa disederhanakan kalau mungkin artikel aslinya terlalu panjang. Mungkin bisa dengan greetings, classroom language, and then gradually we can try to increase the exposure to English. Yeah. Okay, so that will be all from my session. I'm sorry, maybe I exceeded the time limit a bit. But thank you so much for your participation, Bapak Ibu. I hope you found this session useful, and I wish you all the best in the future. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
All right, thank you for session. So, we are the so I for the lunch. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, boleh Bu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu. Untuk makan siangnya kita ada pasangan luar ruangan saya. Terus silakan.
Ya, baik. Ini saya mau share aja. Siap Bu. Saya mau share materi. Kenapa? Nggak sempat makan Bu. Iya. Nanti saya bawa aja. Terus saya makan pas sesi selanjutnya. Bentar, Bu. Tadi peserta tanya tentang materinya, jadi saya mau share ke Pak Pur dulu. Ya Pak. Ya, thank you Bapak. Saya mau ke toilet dulu ada di sebelah sana ya. Oke, baik. Ya. Ya. Wah, seru sekali. Ya. Ya. Ibu, saya mau ke toilet dulu ya, sebelah kiri ya. Oh, toilet sebelah sana. Oke. Oh, lagi ada orang, cuma satu ya? Oke, baik. Oh, iya.
You can tambah if you want. Kita nih santai ya. Ya, penting tamu. Kamu senang bilang kan. Masa tertarik gimana pengalaman ikut oleh tiga kata dong. Pak Nasdim, Bu Rina, Pak Polisi sama Pak Sepul. Tapi di atas cuma ikut Pak Nasdim cuma ikut ya. Jadi itu kan ada tak di atas ini. 5 data Pak Imai. Tahu saya tapi kan apa Pak masalah namanya ya dulu pernah saya serius awal dulu kan lalu sekali dulu lemon apa ya nama materinya pokoknya kita sedikit tampuni lah ya betul ya ini apa yang biaran ya tapi kan kaki ya di dewasa tuh ya kita sudah
questions or sharing session with us about the EMI. And before we come to the next session, kita sedikit foto ya, kita bersama di depan. All of us, saya kan punya ada tim yang akan foto ya. Kita foto dulu sebelum kita misalkan kami kembali ke Jakarta. Oke, silakan semuanya. Oh ya, sorry. There's something ya. Ini ada special gift dari Pak Fauzi ini for EMI ya. Oke, let's come dulu kan, kawan sama di bawah dulu. Please dulu kita depan bersama. Oke, sebagian atas kiri bawah mungkin biar dapat semuanya. Oke, mungkin boleh, ya. Nampak ya? Skip yuk. Semuanya saja, main handphone. Oke.
Mungkin yang merasa agak tinggi di belakang ya, yang merasa agak tinggi di belakang. Jadi biar wajahnya tetap nampak. Bapak-bapak boleh berdiri atau berdiri lah bapak. Ibu-ibu yang di sebelah kiri boleh bantu di sebelah kanan. Ibu itu terselip ya. Bukan. Bu Ayu tutupan. Bu Anggi jangan peluk kali Bu Anggi. Nanti nggak nampak wajahnya bapak ini. Terlindung wajah Bu Anggi sama Bu Ayu. Enggak nampak. Bu Rey juga terlindung. Yang dua di sebelah kiri Diana Bu bicara dengan ibu satunya boleh di sebelah kanan Bu. Pas. Yang satu naik ke atas ya Bu. Oke. Naik di kursi. Oke. Boleh formal dulu Bapak Ibu ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3. Oke bebas. 1, 2, 3. Kurang greget. Cheers. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. Jogja. Oke. Tim balai bahasa selanjutnya. Boleh. Tim balai bahasa selanjutnya. Yuk. Mungkin cenderamata dulu Pak. Cenderamata dulu. Udah. Oke. Yang ini buang foto dulu. Oke, baik. Yuk, tim bahasa minta tolong. Iya, tahu ya. Baru belajar nih Bapak nih kayaknya. 1, 2, 3 terus. Tolong ya. Apa ini? Oleh-oleh.
Oke, sekali lagi thank you Mas Bobi atas sharing dan pengalamannya itu semua sangat useful ya dan sangat helpful. We hope everything can make us motivate us in trying business improvement. Dan kita semuanya bisa lebih semangat dengan tinggi di kelas. Jadi apa based on our grade was like that can be run for all people in English in that's one of the things for our exam. Apanya jadi bahan untuk suatu impian menjadi lebih biasa ya tidak lagi ke depannya. Terus kita tinggi seminggu ini kan prestasinya kan karena semua kan dia kan. Itu masih banyak ya.
Saya juga sangat setuju ya, mungkin bisa dimulai dari siapa ada kuliah bisa ditawarkan dalam bahasa Inggris, mungkin akan lebih mudah menjadikan target. Mungkin kira-kira mata kuliah yang dari dual paling tinggi, dosennya juga kira-kira diproyeksikan paling tinggi. Betul.
Kami mohon maaf nih
ini pelayanan paling luar biasa Pak, saya harus bilang.
Inilah itu tetap semua.
Peninggalan Guangming. Oh iya, tadi bagi ke.
Baik Bapak Ibu, sesi ini dengan Ibu Harumi Anggani dari selesai, tapi bukan berarti kemudian pulang kita bukan. Nanti di sesi jam 3 sampai jam 4 ada dengan Mr. Nash Community of Share dengan Zoom ya. Nanti kita tetap di sini dengan Zoom. Jadi boleh nanti discuss you ask question EMI. Kita langsung ke kita harap you hope that all of you will be participation on that program ya nanti dengan Mr. Nash. Sekali lagi kita ucapkan terima kasih kepada Ibu Arumi sudah datang. Mohon maaf ya peserta juga cukup senang karena kalau di Riau dengan bahasa Inggris apa ya memang tidak seperti di Jawa jadi memang mungkin hari ini tapi besok hari berarti di mana lagi langsung berbibi atau begitu dalam bahasa Inggris. Nah, berarti kacau. Nanti aja langsung bikin dulu dia. Kita doakan nanti Ibu selamat dalam perjalanan sampai ke rumah di Jawa Jakarta dan salam sama kawan-kawan UI dari Riau yang berundang di sana. Terima kasih. Mungkin Ibu ada yang mau sampaikan.
Mungkin saya sampaikan juga apresiasi saya kepada semua tim Balai Bahasa, pada pimpinan yang sudah terbuka, dan juga para peserta. Dan saya juga mohon maaf kalau ada kekurangan mungkin ya selama menyampaikan pelatihan. Dan terima kasih sekali lagi untuk semua support dan perhatian. Terima kasih. Semoga sukses selalu.
Baik, berikan maaf sampai jumpa jam 3 pas ya. Berarti 11 menit lagi. Dari sini 11 menit lagi untuk Zoom ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Silakan jumpa di Zoom. Oke. Di depan ada satu.
Silahkan ibu jelaskan itu.
Tiga. Enggak, jam iya jam 3. Di mana tak hidup? Ya. Oke. Lagi.
Om, link Zoom yang buat nanti itu yang mana?
Ada. Link di depan kita.
Oke. Yang kemarin terakhir kan?
Tidak yang terakhir, yang pertama, yang terakhir itu besok.
Oh iya.
Ya. Tunggu ya.
Good luck, Pak. Cek. Cek. Cek, cek.
Kurang 3 menit. Jam 3.
Cek, cek. Hah? Cek, cek, cek. Cek, cek. Cek, cek, cek.
Pak, ini dari dalam suara. Yang ini.
Goyang ya.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sanjuri. Universitas Sanjuri merupakan suatu daerah unik.
Dengar suaranya kalau dari sini dong.
Dari sana mungkin ya.
Halo. Maksudnya itu pakai speaker apa dari handphone itu nih?
Oh ya, oh ya, tempat kan? Oke Pak.
Ini aja kan, dijepit ini aja.
Sorry. Kita lah.
Cek sun. Iya.
Ini ada pasti. Ini Pak, lepas tuh. Dah. Dah, siapa dah? Pin itu, pin ini.
Orang tengah.
Pin ini, pin. Ah,
Ya.
Testing.
Hello. Yes. Bisa? We just still waiting for Mr. Nash from Serbia. Mr. Nash will discuss about trans and
Insya Allah in 10 minutes Pak, you'll enter the room. Can you send me Pak Oji?
yes.
Okay. We'll be enter the Zoom in the 10 minutes.
What about you? Can you listen my voice?
Yes, it's clear. Testing, dengar testing. Nah, kan?
Siap-siap. Yes. Participant from Korea. Saya Pak participant from Malaysia. The other one from Brunei.
Lagi? Tidak ya. Semenit ya, semenit. Ya.
Saya dapat lagi.
Coba. Yuk.
Ulang ya. Di kamera dari kamera kita.
Siapa ya Pak? Ah,
Ini enggak?
itu ya, itu.
Kita kita mau pindah.
Pegang lah.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes. Apologies for being a little bit late. There were some problems with the link. I am very pleased to join you this morning here from Sheffield. Good.
Hello, Mr. Nash.
Hello there.
Can you listen my voice?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, of course. Okay, good.
Great.
Good afternoon from Indonesia.
And good afternoon from the UK. Good morning here. It's eight, just gone 10 past 8 in the morning. It's a very clear blue sky. The temperature is about 6 degrees,
Yes,
but will quite
in our
cold.
country now is 10 past 3, yeah? 10 past 3
Yes.
afternoon. Yes, the
Great.
weather here is very hot. What about in your country?
Well, we are just coming out of winter, but the spring is almost here. But the weather this morning is clear, blue skies, and we will probably have a nice day. That's the maximum temperatures of the day will be about 13 degrees today. Yes.
So the winter is over or still?
The winter is pretty much over now, yes. The winter is finished, yes.
Yes, good. After winter, then the season goes to spring, right?
That's
Better
right.
than winter.
We hope so. We hope so.
Again, good afternoon from Indonesia. Here the participants of this program, of this training we are from Lancaster University. Maybe you ever heard this university before. Not the name of song, but the university. There is a song, Lancaster, but this is
lovely.
University of Lancaster. The participant here is about 30 participants from Faculty of Law, Faculty of Economy and Business, from Faculty of Education and Vocation, and also from Faculty of Computer Sciences, from Faculty of Humanities, and also from the other one, from all of Korea, from 5 faculties. And this morning we already discussed about EMI, English as Medium Instruction. So the speaker this morning until 2 p.m., 2:45 p.m. was Mrs. Harumi Manik Ayu Yamin and from University of Indonesia. Okay. Yep. Yeah. And right now we want to listen from you. We need to you to give us any kind of information about EMI. Okay. Yes, please, sir.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk this morning about one aspect of EMI, which was quite an important one for the project. I'm going to just, maybe it's best to mute your microphone, Hanif. It might be a good idea. I'm getting some echo. So if you could mute your microphone, Hanif. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. It's quite noisy. If we, yeah, that's perfect. This is much better. Thank you very much. Well, it's an honor to be with you today. And obviously I have heard of your university because some of the participants on the EMI project were from your university. And you're part of a large project. There were 24 universities involved with this project. And I very much hope that, you know, in the next day, tomorrow, that you will get some idea of the topics that we discussed on the project. And the EMI topic I'm going to discuss today with you is about multilingualism and translanguaging. Okay, I'm going to share my screen with you now. So if you could make me a co-host, I can then share my screen, please. So if you could make me a co-host on Zoom, I can share my slides with you today. Okay, thank you very much. Great. All right then. So these slides were from the project itself, and I can share the slides with you afterwards. And we're going to look at, before we just start the main topic this morning, I'd like you to think about these three terms, okay? These three terms came from the unit that the participants on the project completed. So it's a little bit of a task for you to do. I can see you in the camera having your lunch. Looks like you had a nice little lunch with your box and your drink. So I hope you're feeling good today. So these three terms, I'm going to give you a few minutes. You can discuss these terms in your own language or in English. It is up to you. And the three terms you can see is English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, and translanguaging. And could you just have a think about what the differences are between those terms, please? And if you can discuss that with the people next to you in the room, I'll give you 3 minutes to discuss it. Okay, so 3 minutes to discuss these three terms: English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, and translanguaging. What do they actually mean? What do they mean in your language? Okay, is that clear? Thumbs up from everybody. If you can just say thumbs up. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Everyone, please be ready to
okay.
give explanation about the three terminology: English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, and translation. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're just looking for some ideas. If you want to discuss with you or look up on the computer, you can use your phone or laptop. You can search for the terms. You could ask the people next to you. Please, you can use any language you want. English, Bahasa Indonesian, or any local language you want to discuss this is fine. So we're looking for these three terms: English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, and translanguaging. These are the three key terms for today's session. Thank you. Okay, when you're ready, you can perhaps get the microphone and you can, let's nominate one or two people that can say something. So perhaps you can use the microphone and come on to the microphone and perhaps say what you think.
Yes, come on, everyone in this room.
Yeah.
If command, speak about the three things given by Mr. Nash.
Yeah. So let's start with English as a lingua franca. What does that mean?
Lingua franca. Lingua franca. Mungkin yang boleh. Kita mungkin ada satu.
question the participant would like to make if I have this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Explain your name and from what faculty.
Hello, sir. My name is Devi Rahmat from Faculty of Law, Fakultas Hukum, Law Faculty. Voice, sir.
Yep, nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Nice to meet you too. In my opinion, English as lingua franca is the use of English as a tool of communication for speakers from different native language or from the origin is not
Yeah,
English. That's
exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much. And in Indonesia, you also have a lingua franca. You have Bahasa Indonesian, which is your lingua franca. And the idea of English as a lingua franca is when English is only used between speakers of non-language English speakers. So for example, a Brazilian speaking English to a Japanese person would be an example of lingua franca, or an Indonesian speaking English to somebody from France, for example. English would be the lingua franca. And in most cases, EMI uses English as a lingua franca. The common language is English only. Okay, what about multilingualism? Multilingualism. Is anybody?
Multilingualism. Yes, Pak Pergi sedikit Bu,
Someone different. It doesn't. If not, you, don't worry. Okay. I will just explain then. So multilingualism is the idea that we use more than one language in. However, multilingualism could be that you use one language in one situation and a different language in another situation. So, for example, in Indonesia, the participants told me that sometimes their students or themselves use their local language at home with family, and when they come to study at university, they often use Bahasa Indonesian. This is with multilingualism. The same for some EMI students that come from a different country. For example, they might come from a local other region like China, for example. They would use Chinese with their family and friends, but they may use English or Indonesian when they are studying, for example. So this idea that multilingualism, you may use different languages in different contexts. And the last idea, which is translanguaging, represents the fact that languages can be used interchangeably, can be used simultaneously at the same time in the same situation. So students that are in EMI, for example, could be using in their classes, they are using English, but often switch into Indonesian, for example, in order to discuss or translate something. So the idea of translanguaging is that you may start a sentence in English, but you might finish the sentence in a different language because this is the easiest, most convenient, most natural way for communication to happen. Okay, are there any questions about English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, or translanguaging as concepts at all? Any questions or comments about those? Okay, so those three things are critical terms that the participants on the project are learnt about. So we'll move on So this session here is about translanguaging. The objectives today is we're going to review different terms that were used in the unit on the project, look at the contributions that were shared by the Indonesian participants of the project, discuss factors, implications, and challenges of translanguaging in EMI, because there are some challenges of using this approach in EMI. And finally, share some practical suggestions for future contexts. So both myself and Juliet were the tutors for this module in the Sheffield project. Okay, so let's have a look at some of these discussions that were had by the participants. What is being described in these statements? Is it English as a lingua franca? Is it translanguaging, or is it multilingualism? So you're going to have to choose some of the terms for this. So let's look at the first one. The aim is really to use English effectively in intercultural communication contexts. They're all thinking about what is going to be the most communicative for them. So this one here is English as a lingua franca. The use of English effectively for intercultural communication contexts. However, English is still the main subject, the main language that is being used. Okay. Another one here. Allowing learners to choose which language to use at any time is a key feature of translanguaging. So it might be that in your EMI context, the rules are very clear that you must only use English. So if the rules say you must only use English, then this would be English as a lingua franca. However, if the rules do allow some use of local languages, then translanguaging could be a possible solution to some of the challenge, the issues that EMI can pose. And like learners could use the different languages for different parts of their curriculum and study. The next one, the thought leaders of ELT, English language teaching, have taken a much more positive view of multilingualism, seeing it as an asset, a rich resource of languages to be used rather than something to be ignored or negatively looked upon. So although EMI states that English is the medium of instruction, it is possible, and some of the research suggests that the use of multilingualism in general education is a good approach. So you could consider that when you're designing an EMI program, how much balance is there between English and not English? And you may want to decide when this happens. You know, does this happen every lesson, or do you have some lessons in English and some classes in Indonesian? Do you allow some of the lesson at the beginning, maybe in Indonesian, but by the end it's in English? Or do the rules make it clear that English is only to be used in classes? When our languages are internal, we don't know where one ends and the other begins. Translanguaging. So translanguaging is the idea that we are very much mixing the languages around. Okay, so if students, for example, are struggling to get the subject knowledge they want to express in English, they could switch very naturally, internally, into another language, translanguaging. Languages do not exist separately, but all part of a single meaning-making system or repertoire that belongs to the system, the speaker. So the idea that we only speak one language at the same time is probably not that true. Today, I am sure that you have used both English words and Indonesian words when you needed to in order to complete the dissemination training today. And this is fine. This is an example of translanguaging in action, but still the context could be the medium of instruction, the main medium of instruction could be English. English as a lingua franca research has very important implications for EMI. It shows that people are often much more comfortable in using English in different ways, not using, for example, the third person S, not obsessing about what is supposedly countable or uncountable nouns. Now, these are examples of small grammatical errors that don't impact on communication. They don't impact on understanding of the subject in EMI. So if you are an engineering or law or science student, what is more important, accuracy or fluency, being understood? And in ELF, English as a lingua franca, it would say that accuracy is less important than communication. So it might be that you can, if like I said, someone from, let's say from Korea and someone from Indonesia are speaking, making small grammatical errors is important if they're talking about law or science, if communication and understanding is still okay. However, if you're studying English as a major subject, that's your main subject, you need to be more accurate because maybe you'll be a translator or a teacher in the future, then English accuracy for grammar may be more important. Okay, the last one here, I think. Yeah. Translanguaging does away with language hierarchies and returns the power to the speaker, not to the nation state, but to the speaker. So it is possible that, EMI can make English the most important language in that class. Translanguaging would say that actually, no, languages are equal and we should be able to use whatever language we need to get communication across. But like I said, it might be changed because of the rules of the EMI context. In particular, when you've got joint programs with English-speaking country, or if you have got international students in your classroom who don't speak Indonesian, you might need to have an English-only policy. Otherwise, I think we need to consider when we're switching our language to English, using these different techniques, or at least understanding these different approaches, translanguaging, English as a lingua franca, and multilingualism, might help us to solve, or at least help, some of the very difficult issues of trying to keep the subject knowledge, but do this in a different language, because that can be very, very challenging, especially if the level of the students' English is quite low. Okay, so some of the reasons why the most recent research on English as a lingua franca has shown that actually multilingualism is very important. So the people on the Indonesian teachers and lecturers on the project said that this is the reasons why they felt it was important. It said that multilingualism can sharpen the mind, enhances decision-making, improves the first language, increasing network skills, and improves the memory. That this idea of using more than one language is actually good for all of the languages you have. It also motivates students to deal with the class actively. Let's think of a situation that you are teaching in EMI and the students arrive in the class and you give them a task to do. And you say to them, the task is 20 minutes, but you must do this only in English. The problem is that sometimes the students are a little bit shy or they don't know where to start in English. So you might want to decide for the first 5 minutes of the task, they can do this in their local language, Indonesian or another language. And for the last 15 minutes, they must do it in English. So it helps them to become more active because they can discuss the ideas first in Indonesian and then try to discuss the ideas more in English. And this helps them to produce more English and to be more accurate as well. Multilingualism could also enhance multicultural awareness for better communication among speakers of Englishes. There are many different varieties of Englishes in the world. And if you are able to use multilingual skills, you can have better communication between different groups of those. And the last one is very important. Students will feel less burdened, less stressed, less overwhelmed, less worried about the use of English in the classroom. And they might feel that their native language is more appreciated. So they might think Indonesian is not being lost. And they should help them with their self-confidence. So again, it might be that there is a project, you have a project where you are producing some oral skills, like a presentation, for example. The assessment is a presentation in English, but they can do the preparation for the presentation in Indonesian. They can find out about the subject area. Maybe it's a presentation about some aspect of biology or about, science again. They've got to do their presentation in English, but all the preparation and the discussions and the subject knowledge can be looked at in Indonesian, but the presentation must be in English. And this is another very good example of multilingualism that can help students' self-confidence when they are doing very difficult presentations in English. So, are there any questions so far about the kind of issues that have been raised? Any comments or questions from the audience so far? Any issues with understanding what I'm saying, or you'd like to clarify or ask me anything about the subjects today?
Any question from you? Yes. Please, ladies and gentlemen, any questions?
Okay. Nothing so far. That's okay. If you want to collect questions at by the end, you can think about asking me any questions you like. So let's look about the main differences between multilingualism and translanguaging. So multilingualism is the knowledge of more than one language. Okay. Translanguaging is where you integrate the languages into one communication system. So you switch very quickly between them. Multilingualism is the mastery of 2 or more languages, whereas translanguaging is you are fluidly using 2 languages in and out of the language naturally at the same time. Multilingualism is the use of more than one language with generally equal fluency. However, translanguaging suggests that maybe 1 or 2 languages are stronger or weaker than the other one, and therefore you have to use the second stronger language in order to communicate more readily. And multilingualism, the ability to communicate in more than one language, whereas with translanguaging, the absorption of the language's grammar when using other languages to communicate comfortably or effortlessly. So, like I said, the grammar may be not so accurate and you may be able to use the grammar between different languages, but the communication is effortless or more comfortable. Sharing complex subject ideas in EMI can be very difficult if only done in English. It can be done, and there are techniques for this. And like I said, if the rules of your context say you must use English, then that's fair enough. However, if there is some choices, then maybe using translanguaging can be a good way to do this. Okay, so these were some of the views of, so what do you think some of the challenges are of using a multilingual approach in your situation? So I'd like you to spend, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes in your groups and come up with some challenges and possible solutions to using translanguaging in your situation. So please, could you work together in small groups? And I'll give you 5, 6, 7 minutes to think about some challenges of translanguaging in EMI. What could the challenges and benefits be of doing this? What are the good things and bad things about using translanguaging or multilingualism in an EMI context? Okay. So
Yes.
about 6 minutes, please.
6 minutes. Challenging and also benefits. Challenging and benefits of both, yeah, multilingualism and translanguaging. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nes give you 6 minutes only. You may discuss the group. After this, big comment.
That's right. So about 6 minutes, speak to your colleagues. You can use any language. What are the challenges and suggestions or benefits that translanguaging multilingual approaches could have on the EMI classroom in your context? Okay, 6 minutes.
Boleh bahasa Indonesia nanti akan dipasang dalam posisi ini. You can write down all our languages and I can give a question and comment about the languages and Pak Fauzi akan translate your question or your opinion.
Perbedaan multilingualisme ya, multilingualisme and translanguaging. Multilingualisme kan many languages. Yeah, you can use any language to discuss. Yes.
Okay, so 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. 2 menit lagi.
Okay, let's have some ideas from a few people in the room. So if you could use the microphone and you can come and speak, what would be the challenges or suggestions for multilingualism in your EMI classrooms, do you think? So anybody have any suggestions for us? Any suggestions, or you think what the challenges of using multilingualism approaches could be for you?
Want to try? Anybody want to give comment on this? Please,
Okay, we are, yeah. Okay, well, yeah. No problem. Well, these are some of the examples that the project suggested. So some participants in the project suggested that we needed to have a bridging strategy. So students in my classroom will be afraid to speak because they feel incompetent to speak, of low esteem. So maybe the use of a multilingual approach can help have a bridging strategy. Another participant of the project said sometimes it feels conflicted to just ask them to speak English because they will remain silent. However, if I ask them to do translanguaging, the students will mostly speak Bahasa Indonesia. I am still trying to find the best way to support the learning by combining strategies and scaffolding through their practices. So perhaps one of the challenges of translanguaging is that if you allow students to use any language, they will always switch to their local language away from English. So how do you control that? Well, maybe, as I suggested before, part of the class can be in Indonesian, but most of the class can be in English. So that can help with the balance between the different languages. For students learning with a lower pace, it can be quite intimidating and make them passive. So this is the use of English. However, once they grasp the English, then they can feel more confident and surprise the teachers by being more talkative. So maybe for the lower level students in your class, the idea of using English from the beginning of the module or the course could make it very difficult for them to participate in English. But maybe if you were to do the beginning of the course, you use less English, and by the end of the semester, they are using more English. This could be a way of making the students more confident and more talkative because they have more practice. And the last one, the majority of students will be alienated when they are not allowed to use the first language in the classroom. As a result, the class will be more silent and less talkative. These are all opinions from the Indonesian lecturers on the project. So they felt that if you only used English, if they're not allowed to use their local language or Indonesian, the class might be more silent. So if you are able to plan your lesson to use both, this could be a suggestion for the challenge of being alienated, feeling like you cannot communicate. Let's have a look at these ones then. Using culturally meaningful expressions, metaphors, or stories in the L1, so the local language Indonesian, can help learners so as to help make sense of new content, because it can be very challenging. Okay, and often students expect to have a direct translation of an apple to apple comparison of metaphors is not possible. So maybe when you're trying to use stories or metaphors, it can help to use the local language to make sense of these rather than having like a direct translation. A short discussion in the local language could help understand the English better for the metaphor or the story, for example. Excuse me. Okay, another one. Heated debates and discussions. The challenges in using bilingual situations is that both students and teachers may favor to use their first language instead of English, especially in heated discussions, because the lack of English fluency obstructs the progress of the debate. So if you are having an interesting discussion about a topic in English, it could be very, very hard for the students to have very quick discussions. So possibly the idea of giving them time to prepare in their own language first before they express their opinions in English could be a method, an approach to help with EMI. The concept of translanguaging is getting its popularity. The views of education officials remain the same. They want English teachers to speak English only in their classrooms. And that is something which may be the situation with your university or with some of your courses. So if the rule is English only in the classroom, you might need to shift the translanguaging techniques to outside the classroom. So students must come prepared to their lessons to speak English, but they can prepare their ideas with their group in Indonesian outside the classroom, practicing the ideas and content, then switching into English when they come to the lesson, because at least they have the subject knowledge that they can talk about from their Indonesian discussions. And the last one is to do with jokes and fillers. However, local languages or Bahasa Indonesian, particularly when we use jokes or fillers or what we call intermezzo, usually works better when compared to using jokes in English. So maybe for the first 5 minutes of the lesson, when you're dealing with people arriving late or you want to create a good learning atmosphere, you could do this in Indonesian first, and then say, okay, I think we're ready to start. Let's start today's lesson in English. So you get some of the first parts of the lesson, the jokes, the fun, the ideas from last week, or what did you do, at the weekend, kind of just social chat can be done in Indonesian, informal chat. And then when it becomes more formal, the learning of the subject area could be done in English. Okay, so some of the practical activities you can do for this, some of the suggestions that we have got for EMI, okay, these are 4 practical activities that you could try with your students, which uses translanguaging techniques. Okay, so the first one would be students describe pictures with the language they can produce, but then summarize the ideas in English. Okay, so this example here, you give them a picture. Let's say you're doing an engineering diagram and it's a structure of a building. They would have to look at the picture and discuss the picture in Indonesian, but they must produce a summary, either spoken or written, in English. Okay, so this is an example of a translanguaging activity. The next one. Students write questions based on the article they have read or find cases describing the application of their content. So the questions can be written, you know, the article could be in the Indonesian, but the questions are in English. Or the article is in English and the questions are in Indonesian. And this is, again, an example of how the two languages can interact together. You can have the text, the journal article, the book, the slides in English, and then questions in Indonesian, or opposite. The next one, students look at idiomatic expression in both languages that may share similar meaning. This can often be done in literature or linguistics, where students are studying English as their main subject area, where students must look at different idioms in both languages to see if there are common expressions or similar meanings. And the final one, tutors use translanguaging for correcting errors or giving feedback. Okay, so maybe the task, as we said, the students must produce a 5-minute presentation in English about a subject topic, engineering again. However, the teacher does not give feedback in English. The teacher gives feedback in Indonesian, okay? Because obviously the subject knowledge must be corrected as well, not just the English. In EMI, English is not the most important thing. It's just the medium of instruction. The most important thing is the students have got the subject or conceptual knowledge at the same level if they did it in English or Indonesian. And that can be very difficult if the language levels are too low. However, so if a student makes mistakes in the subject, the teacher could correct them in Indonesian, even though the student had done their presentation in English. So these are 4 practical examples of how you could use multilingual translanguaging techniques, multilingual more likely than translanguaging, in your EMI contexts. Okay, so future EMI courses, you may want to look at these ones of how you describe your interactions in English. So it could be that I only use English when interacting with my students, okay? All students are in English. However, you could say I use English and another language when interacting with my students, and materials are in English or another language. And then this one is just, you know, I do not use English with interacting with my students, and no materials in English. So the first one here, I only use English and all materials are in English, is really English as a lingua franca. English medium instruction, 100% only. The second one is a mix, multilingual approaches, mix the two. So the teacher and the students can use more than one language, the materials are in more than one language. And the last one is where no English is used at all. This is the traditional Indonesian-based education system. My students only use English for interacting. My students use English for another languages for interacting, and my students do not use English for interacting. So it might be that you use English all the time. The teacher, the first one here at the top, I only use English, but the students have a choice. of what language they use, and maybe you can help them decide for the first 5 minutes, you can use Indonesian, and for the next 10 minutes, you use English. Or for the first part of the course, we will use more Indonesian, but by the end of the semester, the end of the term, I would like you to use English only. So you can have a mixture, a progression of different languages. Okay, so we've come to the end of the talk today about multilingualism, how that fits with EMI. We've looked at the 3 different definitions of EMI, so of multilingualism. So going back to the beginning, these 3 terms here: English as a lingua franca, multilingualism, and translanguaging. Okay, and the difference between 2 and 3 is that multilingualism, you could use one language and then another language in different contexts or different times. Multilingualism is the idea that they are integrated, using them at the same time, English and Indonesian. So it might be that you use an expression in Indonesian when you don't know the vocabulary, for example, in English. It's just quicker and easier. We then looked at some of the challenges, the different statements and what they mean when languages are used in different contexts, for translanguaging. We then looked at some of the opinions about why English as a lingua franca has shown multilingualism can be a very positive thing. And we finished with the different views on your colleagues on the project had about using EMI, using translanguaging or multilingual approaches in the classroom. So, you could have some questions or comments to finally finish today, but it's been very good to spend some time with you. I realize this is new for some of you and some of it is quite quick. I hope that you can look at the slides again later, and I hope that you can watch the recording. But are there any final questions or comments you would like to ask me about multilingualism or translanguaging, but EMI in general? Are there any questions or comments? I will let you have 2 or 3 minutes to have a think about that, and then you can ask me any questions or comments, or ask Hanif to give me some questions or comments. Thank you very much. I've just put the slides in the chat for you. They are a Google document, so you can use them any way you want. They are open. I'm just going to check they are general access. 1 second. So anyone with the link can view these. If you'd like to copy them, you can. Okay, any other questions or comments from anybody in the audience today? I can see you looking at the screen. Nobody is asking me anything. Be brave, be confident. Any questions or comments? Okay, well, I thank you very much for your time today. I do hope that you will get lots of good information from the next couple of days. And it's been an honor, a pleasure to meet with you today. And I wish you very much luck. And oh, we have a question. Okay. I can't hear anybody. Everything is on mute. So if you want to unmute your microphones, I can ask a question. Your microphone is on mute. Nothing, I can't hear anybody at the moment. So no, still no sound. If you're talking to me, I can't hear any sound. Oh, okay.
Can you hear?
Lots of echo. The wonders of technology, but this. So maybe you could type the question into the chat if that's easier. Or Hanif, you can unmute the main. Okay, I think we will say that the session has finished, but just to say that I think that final comment. We hope that you can improve your confidence when using English as a medium of instruction. Ultimately, we hope that some of your subjects will be taught only in English. But we know that can be very difficult. There are techniques that you may want to use from multilingualism. So please have a look at the slides, and maybe you could find out more about the use of more than one language in the classroom. This could be a way to overcome some of the challenges and opportunities of EMI. So I wish you very well, and thank you for your time today. Thank you very much. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you and goodbye from the UK.
Okay, goodbye. Maybe Pak Fauzi, you can turn on the microphone, Pak Fauzi. Dimas, the sound of Hanif. Yeah. Hah? Santas jam ya? Sejam. Turun apa nanti meja tuh, meja turunan. Meja ruangan itu. Kata nak.